great job by all. Thank you very much. Beautiful rendition of the national anthem performed by Madeline. Appreciate what she did there. And, of course, the team Fast Tracks, professional skydiving team, nailing it right there in a pretty narrow window to land with that huge American flag on a breezy day. Time to go racing, though. Top Alcohol Funny Car ready to make some noise. First pair here will feature Tony Bogolo and Phil Ez. Phil Ez making it to the final round at our season opener. Came up just a little bit short, Stan Sipos.
We saw Phil come out in the first session and Columbus have some issues, but it's a great team, and you knew we were going to get it together. They ran a lot better in the second session. Then came race day, really stepped the performance up. I think first round went out and set low ET of the race.
Fanning that top hatch to try and get a little bit of smoke out of the car.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to be able to see a little better out of there. And Tony Bogolo's been racing an alcohol funny car for, I think he was here when I raced here in '86. I'm pretty sure he was at that event. So it's been a few years. Great veteran in the sport.
Well, class intro here for you. By the way, season best so far by Phil Ez, 5:49 with a 6. Current IHRA 8th mile record, 3:73 with a 1 by the awesome driver of Lori Canister back in 2008. And side by side, right down through there, exactly what we got out of this class at Columbus as well. 5:55 with an 8. Lined up on the right side for Phil Ez.
Yeah, great side-by-side drag race. Both cars, not a lot of tire shake at all, just maybe a little quiver of the tire, but you can tell it's a little cooler out. The track's a little tighter. Both cars right down the racetrack.
5:66 for Tony Bogolo. Yeah, legging it out at the other end just a little bit. Difference in speed, about 4 miles an hour or so to the better. 4 once again for Ez. So a nice job there out of both teams to get down this track. First hit.
Grab a different set. Yeah. We use a CO2 system.
So we're going to fire up our next pair here as well, and I believe it will be Top Alcohol Dragster we're going to.
Yeah, we're a little shy on the alcohol funny cars. There were, I think, 3 on the entry list, but a lot of teams had commitments. But I talking to them throughout the couple weeks after the event, they're going to plan on having more later this season.
Right off the bat, we will see an A-fuel injected car. Walk us through what that means for the fans at home.
No, it's actually a blown car, I believe.
Is it a blown car?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, no. It's you have two different kinds of cars. You have an injected nitro, or you can have blown alcohol. Looks like he might be having a little trouble getting in reverse there. So, yeah. So there's 2 different ways of doing it. We have both in each category. In this category, so this is a blown alcohol car. Eric Hindenburger. He did a lot of like quick 8 dragster racing and trying to make the step up to alcohol dragster.
And it looks like it will be a single. As we talked about, both Randy Meyer cars are here, so we look forward to seeing those will be A-fuel injected cars. Seemed like it wanted to shift when he wanted it to. Kind of hung it there for a minute.
Yeah, you can almost hear it hit the rev limiter out there. I think this is one of the first passes on this car. I don't think he's made a lot of runs on this car. So it's an automatic transmission and no shoes. You can see the brakes. Look at the brakes getting hot, man. You can see the rear brakes just glowing down there. The chute's not coming out. So it may have been a planned shut-off run, not to take it all the way, but you could definitely hear it not wanting to shift and hitting the rev limiter a little bit.
And we'll show you this one more time.
You can even see it have a hole out on the left-hand side, kind of fluttered a hole out, and then came back. So we'll go back and look at data. Like I said, that's not very many runs on that car, and he's doing a little testing.
Stings.
Phil as 5:55 with an 8. Were you happy with that time?
Oh, that'll work for today. Absolutely. The track's hot. It's hot out here. It's really hot. So we'll see how the track's awesome, though. So hopefully we can step it up a little bit next run, see what we can do.
Now you made it to the finals in Ohio. How can we see you on top this weekend?
We're going to be in the finals again. There's only 2 cars, so we're going to be in it, but we're going to try to win this one.
Well, congratulations on a great run.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, she mentioned the weather here. Just to get you up to date, it is about 77 degrees or so, which doesn't sound bad at all, but humidity is extremely high, so it for sure feels hot.
Yeah, you walk out and it feels like a wall of water hitting you in the face. So, yeah, it's a little tough. But actually, this is the first time I've seen the sun trying to peek out all day. So I'm not sure the racers want that right now. They like this track that has a little shade on it and it's tight. But nice to see a little sun.
Let's get it down to Kristen Beat.
Jeff Chatterson, before this start, the sun is starting to peek out. Any last-minute adjustments you anticipate on making?
I just want to thank everybody for coming out for the IHRA, and hopefully we can make this stuff work, and we're going to have a good run here, so everybody hold on to their hats.
Guys, it is getting a little hot down here, as you said. The sun is coming out. Man, you're hoping those clouds roll in if you're Jeff, right?
Next pair is fired up here. By the way, making it to the final round was Jackie Frick and Mike Coughlin in our season opener at Columbus. Jackie able to grab the win. Funny, too, because she had struggled in qualifying, but on race day, she put it together. And there's the thunder of the Nitro injected car. A couple of them. Rich McPhillips Jr. doing the driving here, and just mentioned Mike Coughlin. It was Mike Coughlin behind the wheel at Columbus, but now it is Rich McPhillips Jr. in that car, legendary car, and John Osherman right alongside.
Yeah, I stopped by and talked to Rich this morning, and I said, so you're driving this weekend? He says, yeah, looks like it. Looks like I am. So they're just running the one car this weekend. They have a couple cars, but just going to run the one car, and Rich is going to drive. So it's kind of cool. You get to see him have an opportunity. He works on these cars all the time with his dad, and his dad was a great driver, and then Rich get his own little time in the seat.
Last minute adjustments here before they pull up to the line. What are they doing?
They're changing the idle and just making sure that the idle's where they want it, making sure the fuel system is where they want it, changing the gallons per minute.
Of course, Rich McPhillips Sr. working alongside his son here, doing the driving duties today. Osherman hit the tires right at the hit of the throttle. 541, 243 miles an hour for Rich McPhillips.
Yeah, you could just sound it like it was awfully soft early in the run. It was really, really slow early. Not getting after it. Just want to go down the racetrack, get it in the show. And Osherman, he was on the other extreme. That thing was super aggressive. You could hear the thing popping and really tugging when it was going to stage. So did not make it. He'll kind of soften that thing up a little bit for the next session.
Obviously, the crew members out there taking a look at that starting line now, trying to figure out the magical combination. Always the toughest one, right? First one out of the box.
Yeah, it's just an educated guess. You go out, look at the racetrack, you try to get the grip readings on it and see what it's got. But, yeah, look at Osherman's car. As soon as he hit the throttle, thing jumped up on the tire and just smoked the tires. You can see Rich's car just a little lazy, putting cylinders out on the other end, but just a little lazy down on the tire when it left. So just a nice soft run. I actually don't know when the last time Rich was in. I know he drove some last year a couple times, but not recently. So just get it down the racetrack, get back familiar.
You know, an interesting shot looking at that replay here, and you can see Osherman's car immediately lose cylinders, and they constantly talk about these fuel motors want to be heavily loaded to keep those things lit. It lit the tires up, lost all of its load, and I think lost 3-4 cylinders right along with it.
Yeah, you have to keep the nitro engines loaded. The amount of fuel they're putting through there, if you don't keep a load on the engine, it has too much fuel. There's not enough load. It won't burn it all, and then it drops cylinders. So, yeah, it's definitely got to keep the nitro motors loaded.
And let's get to the top end with Kristen Beat. My apologies to the staging lanes with Kristen Beat.
I just checked in with both Rachel and Megan Meyer, their car chief and crew chief, making adjustments to the car because of this variable weather. Tire pressure change for both of these cars before they hit the grid. Guys, just a few last-minute adjustments because, as Tommy mentioned earlier, that climate, those clouds rolling in and out, is going to play a factor in their runs.
Great info, and Randy walking by back there as well. Nobody better for those last-minute adjustments. So with tire pressure adjustments, up or down, Tommy?
Yeah, I mean, the tire pressure can be so critical. Just, a couple degrees difference in the track temperature. You have to adjust the tire pressure to keep your setup consistent with the track conditions.
Jeff Chatterson will line up in the right lane here alongside Will Smith.
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago, we saw Will Smith in a Top Fuel Dragster driving for Luigi. And now Luigi's car couldn't make it to this event, so Will said, "Hey, I want to race," and got to ride with the Samsels in the injected nitro car. And Will just wants to be out here and doing something, racing and driving. He doesn't care if it's Top Fuel, alcohol dragster, what it is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool to put together back-to-back deals like that, and whatever you can get in. In terms of sitting in the cockpit, a big difference?
Pretty similar. The way you drive these cars are very similar. The injected cars are more similar to the Top Fuel dragsters than a blown alcohol car. So if you're wanting to move up and be training grounds, this is the perfect place to pour that.
Consequently, a good call for Tony Stewart a year ago when he got into or 2 years ago in the McPhillips car, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's made the transition seamless.
Down through there, 5:23 with a 4. That is just missing the mark to beat with a 5:23 and a 3. Current ET record holder Megan Lingner. So right there on the record.
Really, really good right out of the box pass for Will Smith. Jeff Chatterson, 5:51 the other lane. You could just see how much more aggressive Will Smith's car was at the early part of the run. Just driving away. I heard it. I'm not sure. I was looking out the window trying to see who was creeping the throttle. Somebody was creeping the throttle, but they got away with it.
McPhillips, first pass in the books. How'd it feel?
It was slow. We have a new fuel pump on the car. We're working on some different things. So luckily it made it off the starting line, so we have some data. Other than that, I don't know what it ran, but I lifted early. I felt a bunch of holes out.
What's the goal for the next qualifying session?
Get faster.
Well, good luck.
Trying to stay top half, keep lane choice. I think the track, both lanes are good, but it's always good to have choice.
Well, good luck in that next round.
Thank you.
Rich McPhillips.
And by the way, for Jeff Chatterson, over there in the right-hand lane, also went a 464 with a 249 miles an hour. So decent speed there for sure with Will Smith. I'm sorry, 551 at 249 miles per hour. And
they're similar to Top Fuel, but they're going a quarter mile, not 1,000 foot. Yeah.
This first time I've used the AccuTime timing and scoring, so I've never had mile per hour above the ET.
Yeah.
So it kind of threw me off a little bit. And here come Rachel and Megan. We were talking about possibly having these girls in the final round. Later on tomorrow, we'll find out how things go, but certainly in terms of quality of team, they have the equipment to get it done. Both are extremely successful inside of these cars. So it'll be good to watch them come out here and do what they do.
Yeah, their dad has been racing forever. I raced against Randy back in the day, and two very good quality cars. And I want to know what the side bet is. I mean, there's got to be, I mean, two sisters. Come on. I mean, there's got to be a side bet somewhere.
Three national championships between the two of them. A bunch of divisional, regional wins along the way. Nitro Chaos wins between the two of them. Yeah, they're tough.
They've got their work cut out for them. That 523 by Will Smith, that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, that was a real number, no doubt. unfortunately for Megan, she hits the tires right off the bat as well. 5:23 with a 0, steps it right up, resets a new ET world record right there. Beautiful hit by Rachel.
Well, I said she had her work cut out for her, and she says, get out of the way.
I'm ready.
Watch this.
Hold your beer and watch this.
Yeah, just two opposite runs. You know, one of them nice and smooth down there, 5:23. And Megan's car blew him off the throttle, you know. So just, it almost makes you wonder, did they have a different tune-up on each car trying something? You know, let's try this on this one and try that on that one.
Really nice pass as you watch the replay there. Unfortunately for Megan, not as fortunate there in the right lane.
You're safe over here with a 5:23 with a 4, but you just got beat. How do you come back in that next qualifying session and stepping it up?
It was a good shakedown run for us. You know, the Meyer guys, you know, Randy, he's always good about pulling one out, but don't ever count these Samsel guys out. I love this group. Thankful to have the opportunity back with them. You know, we were top fueling a few weeks ago, and it's great to be back in an A fuel car. I love this class, and I was joking with the guys. I'm like, I was waiting for the clutch to kick in down there, you know, but gosh, it's so much fun. We weren't trying to run anywhere close to that. We just wanted a good, clean lap, and man, that was awesome. I think they said that as well. That's cool, and we're gonna keep working at it, and we'll be ready tonight. Don't count us out in that number 1 spot yet.
We will not count out Will Smith. Kristen Beat, what you got?
Looking towards the snowmobile class, I just spoke with Rob Lowe, generational pilot. His dad also racing in this class. He said after being eliminated at round 1, they made some major adjustments. He's racing a brand new sled this weekend. Also, a piece of green tape across the gas tank. It says CO2. At the first round, they forgot to open it. So that's going to be a big improvement this weekend in this class.
All right, looks like we have our sleds out here. David Duvall out there lined up in the left-hand lane. Sails it down through there. 5:11 with a 6, 134 miles an hour. 5:54, 125 for Marty Caden.
That big turbo sled, it once it gets off the starting line, it starts to rip. You think it's both of them have turbos on those. Yep. Man, that thing just has the mile per hour on the other end. 134 on a sled.
Hurricane Performance is the engine builder inside of that sled with the quicker of the 2 times for Dave Duvall. Up here next will be Rob Lowe Jr. and Greg Dow. Rob Lowe Jr., number 1 qualifier at Columbus. This one, 160 mile an hour at Columbus. 473, 145 miles per hour.
Each pair just getting quicker and quicker. Nice run. We're seeing that. You know, the one thing I like about the sleds, there's a lot of side by side. There's not like you're not seeing one of them blow the track off. You know, it's a lot of side by sides down through there.
Rob Lowe Jr. We talked about the turbo sled, 4-cylinder, 1100cc Yamaha. Line up in the left lane there. But it almost looked like in the right lane, the thing was blowing through the clutch. I saw some sort of what looked like clutch dust coming out of it. Let's get it. Get our next pair up here, ready to go. Rob Lowe Sr. will be lined up on the right lane alongside Anthony Minnie.
That mini sled just looks fast. Just look at it.
Hyper Sports machine, 1,400 cc's. Keep your eyes on that yellow one. If you can, 442, 156 miles per hour.
Parachute on a sled. I love it.
Craig Compton and the gang getting it done. Glenn Hall, the crew chief on that one.
You can see the difference between those two. A 442 to a 483, but only 2 miles per hour difference in speed. So the sled in the left-hand lane getting it done early.
Thing's been 419, 165 miles an hour. Pretty wild. And David Marshall out there giving that one a go. I heard something spin up. Wasn't sure if that was a belt slipping or the clutch.
Yeah, it sounded like the turbo took a while to spool up. It just didn't want to spool up that fast. And then you could hear it out in the middle of the track. It finally did spool up.
Only about 1,000 horsepower, 1,250 cc for that last one. So, yeah, once it hits, it's probably there. Let's go up to Kristen Banks.
Rachel Meyer, 5:23 with a 0. You squeezed right past Will Smith to grab that top qualifying position for now. How did that run feel?
That run felt really great. You know, it's been a few years since I've driven these other than a few weekends ago, and to finally go in the 20s again, like that pass is really great. This is my first time ever being at this track, and so far I think it's awesome, you know, so I'm excited. Hopefully we can hang on to the #1 spot.
Well, congratulations, Rachel Meyer, in that #1 spot right now.
So once again, we appreciate everything that the girls are doing. Kristen Pete doing a great job, certainly down there in the staging lanes and getting those last-minute changes from these guys. I don't know if they would talk to us if we were down there, but some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm impressed. These guys are talking to them. I mean, you know, if we went down there and asked them a question, they could get out of my way. I'm about ready to race here. But then the girls, you know, they want to talk a little bit. But, yeah, just some great information. And it's nice to see. We're up here in the tower. We can only look out and see and kind of know what's going on. You kind of see what you think what's going on. But those girls are giving us the updated conditions out there, and the guys in the cars are telling us what they're going to change, what's going to happen. So come out here now, do a little track prep, and get ready for a little more horsepower.
What's it like the first pass when you're getting into the car? I'm often curious, too. You've been in this scenario where you're about to race, you're the first pair out, and you're listening to the national anthem, and you just, I mean, I get goosebumps thinking about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, the adrenaline starts to get going a little bit, you know. It's just focus, and I do a lot of times. I'll close my eyes and just visualize the run over my head, just so I know once I get there, I already feel like I've already done the run, so it comes natural. But yeah, you trust your crew chief and all your team, and that they've got everything right. You're going to go out there and you're going to get it to the finish line better than anybody else. So yeah, it's just it's an adrenaline rush. I mean, drag racing is an adrenaline rush.
So a little bit of track prep is going on. Let's talk about our qualifying format. We have not mentioned that here. This is a 2-day show. You get to qualify today. You get 2 attempts at it, and it is what it is. You go racing tomorrow.
Oh, we saw that in Columbus a couple weeks ago. The pressure that only a 2-run qualifying show brings. We saw guys pedaling race cars that we don't ever see pedaling in qualifying, and we saw guys maybe driving them a little too far, getting in some trouble. The orange blocks out in the center of the track took a beating by guys crossing the center line and mowing them over. Guys just pushing it because you only have 2 qualifying runs, and you're trying to get lane choice for race day and get the tune-up right, and it makes those 2 runs so important.
I know you sell race car parts. Did you pick up some cones?
Yeah, I know where they're made, so I might have to grab those.
Let's show you the updated schedule here. As you can see, we're here this weekend, and then we'll be back at Darana Raceway in Hebron, Ohio, or Columbus, if you will. And then September also, we will go to West Salem. We'll end things up in Dunn, North Carolina at Darana Motorsports Park, currently known as Galat. July 23rd, 26th, yes, here. Factory stock showdown. Incredibly cool cars here. I'm sorry, factory. Did I say factory stock?
Yeah. Yep. These guys put on a great show in Columbus. We saw a father and son battle it out in the final round, and there was a bet on who had to drive home, and ended up they both had to drive their own rigs home.
Right. Doug Hamp, Rodney Worrell. 2014 Ford versus Chevy. The age-old battle, 2020 Chevy Camaro. Copo car. And looks like they told him to hold up just a second.
Not sure what they're waiting on. They're looking down track, so I don't know if there's something.
Backing them out of the lights.
Yeah.
Always get you out of your game here just a little bit, and I constantly wonder what it does to the tire prep.
Yeah, it's not the you try to do everything consistently every run, and this is not consistently. But I think these guys have made a few runs. They'll be all right. They're staging them up. Here we go. Looks like we're ready to go. Or maybe not. I think he'd shut the Camaro off when they were holding him, and then he had to get it restarted. He got it fired, and there we're going.
Top bulbs on. Here we go. Pre-stage lit for the Mustang. At the Camaro with the better of the two ETs with the 788 and 673 miles per hour, 885 in the right lane for the Ford, 152.
Anthony Minnie sitting pretty in that Outlaw snowmobile class. What's the advantage of living an hour and a half away and this being your home track?
It's nice running here often. It's a big last race in Ohio track was a lot different, and now it seems like everybody came back to us because we're at the home track, and we did most of our tuning and development on that sled here, and yeah.
Well, congratulations on a great run, and hopefully you'll end the weekend good at your home track, Anthony Minnie.
Thanks a lot. Looks like Jaden Deach is coming up here next. Jaden and Jason.
Yeah, Jason had a little issue on the burnout, had to back up, try to do it again, and everything looks good now. But it's good that the little friendly person in the right-hand lane there waiting on him, no problem.
His brother Taylor's crew chief for these cars, you know, working on these things. I mean, it's pretty awesome. It is definitely a family effort here. ET 782, 173 miles per hour. Lined up on the left lane for Jason. Jaden on the other side with a 906.
Another Deach, Taylor Deach in the right-hand lane. Jim Betts on the left.
Yeah, crew chief coming up here for Taylor. Now keep in mind, Taylor was just the crew chief for Jaden. So the Deach family all sharing a little bit of work here. Wow, great side-by-side right here. Pair of 2018 Ford 785, 174 miles an hour to 799 lined up for Jim Betts. Another look at it here. Jim Betts lined up in the near lane, or left lane, if you will. Car has been 760, 184. A little bit off the pace of that here today.
Yeah, a lot of consistent 780s. Guys stepping the program up from 2 weeks ago. You can tell it's a little cooler, and cars are running great.
That does not look factory stock right there.
I think we went factory unstock.
So we'll shift gears and we will go into Pro Mod. Looking forward to this session here. As we talked about, last I saw, entry count was at 25, but as you talked about, I think they were still pulling in the gate.
Yeah, the entry list I had did not have Kai Kelly on it, or a couple others I think maybe that might have rolled in here. So, yeah, plenty of cars this weekend. They have a great race, and everybody kind of hears about it, and next thing you know, they want to be a part of it. Always plenty of action from the Pro Mod category.
Yeah, exciting category, no doubt. Of course, they have separated the nitrous cars from the blower cars here.
It's a great shot. So many improvements to this racetrack in such a short period of time. And I was talking to some guys who were up here a week ago and said, some of these buildings that are here weren't here a week ago, and lots of new pavement and just some great improvements and just really a pretty track. I mean, it's been so many years since I'd been here that I almost didn't recognize it when I got here.
Still at the top of the sheet here for the IHRA is legendary Scotty Cannon. Heard rumors he might want to join us in the booth here at some point in time throughout the year. We'd love to have him up here, of course. The Iceman Shannon Jenkins still second all time. Ed Hoover, Mike Janis, Al Billis. And we heard about Billis as well, huh?
I heard Al's on the property as well. So
how about that?
He might swing in and say hi. I've known Al for a lot of years.
Al Billis with 22 final rounds, 9 of those with wins. And let's go up to the top.
Okay.
We're actually all super.
Taylor Deesh, what a great pass in that factory stock. How did you feel out there?
It felt good. I know I hit the chip on the 1-2, but overall it was a pretty good start the weekend. Didn't know where the track was at, but I think we're in a good spot to go for the win this weekend.
Any changes in that next qualifying session?
I think we can go after a little more at the starting line. Then we'll look at where my light was at and adjust from there on the two-step.
Thank you. That's Taylor Deesh.
Thanks a lot. Wish them the best of luck coming around here in this second qualifying attempt. As we go into Pro Mod here, it was Frankie Taylor and Mike DiDomenico that made it to the final round at our Columbus event. And, of course, the Madman able to take the win, was pretty excited to win his first IHRA Ironman.
He mentioned that the starting line looked pretty good, and those factory stock cars can be really tricky on the starting line. They run on a pretty small tire, so that's a lot of horsepower in that little tire, and got to get it off the starting line. I see a lot of them blow them off, so definitely had the right tune-up for the starting line.
When it comes to 8th mile world records, it is Frankie Taylor who set low ET at Columbus. That is the mark to beat. 3.699. Mike DiDomenico with the mile per hour at 203.12. Kaylee Mills and Bill Riddle will be the first pair to line up here. Pretty much all blower cars. I don't recall having any turbo cars at Columbus.
Yeah, I think they're all blown cars, and there might even be a Roots blower on a couple of these out here. Looks like Roots, and then also screw charger cars. Even some pro charger cars.
Corrigan race cars on the door for Bill Riddle with a 1989 Chevy Camaro. 68 body style, albeit modern day, for Kaylee Mills out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Oh, Kaylee getting after it there, but had to get out of the throttle.
These pro mod cars can be such a handful, and to see it leave the starting line and just go out there and just rattle the tire a little bit, start to spin the tire, just turn the car to the right. And best thing to do is get out of the throttle. We saw a lot of guys with only 2 shots to get in the show not lifting in Columbus, and caused a lot of damage to some of them.
Reaction time 0:48 and 0:50, so both drivers doing a great job there at the starting line. Watch a replay here.
Yeah,
look at that thing move around.
Yeah, you could see that thing start to rattle the tire and just turn that thing instantly.
So good decision to get out of the throttle. No Milan stripes down the side of that one. Love the throwback car, throwback body style. Hurst 442 colors as well, white and gold. West Stefano. Richards Auto Parts on that one. Getting a little bit of help there. Give the sponsors a little bit of love. Two completely different cars here. The 72 Olds Cutlass.
Both a little bit of a retro. One,
yeah.
One just a little more than the other, but yeah.
Yeah, old 5.0 trunk car on the other side. If you want to call it that, I'm sure it is not old underneath. Brad Eglin out of Alexandria, Kentucky. And West gets out of the throttle here early. 397 with a 588 miles per hour. For Brad will be the new low ET.
You can see on the early numbers, West's car was way quicker in the 60-foot. Just got out there, got loose, and had to get out before 330 come. Oh, yeah. Climbing the wheelie bar, shaking the tires, had the front end up in the air. There's two qualifying runs. These guys are throwing it down, right? Coming right out of the box, throwing it down. Nobody's like, oh, we're going to go up there and go soft, go down the racetrack.
Another gorgeous Camaro coming up here. Well, we were talking about turbocharged car. Looks like a Corvette coming along here for David Atkins. We'll feature one of those. And an all but flat hood for the Camaro. We'll see how Jason Lee does here.
Yeah, I think if my memory serves me right, Jason had a pretty good Columbus weekend. Well, you can see right there on the track the chatter marks from the last pair.
.9 Noonan Hemi, it says here, for Jason Lee.
So important to get these cars staged straight and get the wheelie bars set right and make these cars go straight, because they're hard to drive because you can't really drive them with the suspension. You get in there and you start moving the wheel and trying to bring it back into the groove, and next thing you know, you hit the suspension, the car starts to unload, and this where you get in trouble. So got to make sure these things go straight when they leave the start line.
Building boost there early on. Unfortunately, had to get out of the throttle way early. Jason Lee on the other side goes 376, 192.
Nice solid pass for Jason. He went right down to this 376. You can see that thing. They're so hard to stage. Those turbos, you try to build them, ramp them up, build the boost, and bump them in on the trans brake, and it lunged in there a little bit, got in a little deep, but when it did leave, it just come loose. You can see right there, get out of the groove a little bit to the right, shut it off.
And once again, let's go up to Kay Banks.
Brad Eglin, you did have the fastest time, not after that pass, but you said you were just trying to go point A to B and get down the track.
That's what we're doing. So I think we went at 397. We're trying some stuff, and obviously it didn't work. It got down, but it's not fast. But we're going to try something big this next pass. But we were number 1 for a second. Let's just take that for that one pass. But, you know, there's some really fast cars here. But we're just here to have a good time, support this IHRA program, what they're doing, what they're building for the racing community. So we're excited to be here.
All right, y'all stay tuned for that second qualifying session because he just said they're going to do something big.
Yeah.
Y'all be on the lookout.
Go faster or slower or knock it down. One of the
And burnouts begin here for Jason Harris and Randy Adler. Randy out of Moni, Illinois. We'll back up that beautiful 1957 Chevrolet and that impressive Camaro as well. Gorgeous 69 Camaro. Beautiful paint on that for Jason Harris.
Really pretty race cars. And, you know, when Pro Mod started coming around, remember Charlie Carpenter and that 55 Chevy. And that was kind of the car. The 57 Chevy was a lot of Pro Mod's 57 Chevy. It's nice to see one back again.
Lined up on the left side for Jason Harris, a Jerry Bickle car, Engine Builder Pro line. Lined up alongside a Tim McGamus car. And the A-Team Speed Shop, 521 cubic inch Hemi power plant, 57 Chevy. Rob Adler, crew chief. Randy Adler, the driver.
I think if we just got a little bigger injector on that 57 Chevy, it'll run really good. Look how big that injector is.
Bob Harris is Jason Harris's father, does crew chiefing on that one. 4-time PDRA world champ. Boy, Jason Harris gets after it right there. 368, 204 mile per hour. 368, 204 would stand as a new IHRA Pro Mod record.
We're watching each pair come up here and get a little better, a little better. These guys are sitting back in the lanes, watching what's going on out in front of them, making adjustments before they get up here. And we're seeing some really good runs. We're seeing a lot of them maybe stepping over the edge a little bit, but we see a lot of them hitting it just perfect too. 368.
Okay.
Yeah, nice job there. 204.73 as well. So let's go to K Banks.
Jason Lee, 376. What was your goal time for that first qualifying run?
We were trying to run a 370 flat. We got out of the groove a little bit, so I just was kind of pedaling it and feathering it back into the track. I didn't know what to expect out of the groove here right now, so that was the first hit. We got our feet wet, and hopefully we get on the board, and then we'll try to go fast in the next one.
Well, congratulations, Jason Lee, on not a bad run in that first qualifying session.
All right. We continue on here in Pro Mod. Exciting just as we had expected. Larry Larson and Tim Brown will square off here. Larry Larson in the right lane, Tim Brown in the left lane or near lane as you watch it on your screen. Larson race cars, of course, for Larry. Pro line is the engine builder.
Yeah, one of the first round to have the world's fastest street car. And, now moving into Pro Mod. I had an old 66 Chevy too, one of my first race cars, but didn't look that good. Wasn't that fast either. It'll be interesting to see. We've seen the majority of the cars that are having trouble are in the right-hand lane. A lot of the cars that are going down are in the left-hand lane. So,
yeah, saw that with the top alcohol dragster cars too, right?
Yeah. So hopefully we're getting it figured out. I don't really think it's anything in the track right now. I think it's maybe just the setup for the guys.
Tim Brown lined up on the left side. His brother Rick doing the crew chiefing duties. Love the shoebox Nova, man. 1966 Chevy Nova.
Nothing wrong with the racetrack that time.
Larson getting after it, sends it down through there. 375, 202.
Nice pass. 418 in the left-hand lane. Shut it off a little early, 176.
Show you a replay of this one. Keep your eyes on that shoebox Nova. Man, once he got some grip, that thing took off.
Yeah, look at it trying to carry the front down there, just driving it up, driving the front end up, right down through there, throwing the chutes out. Nice pass.
Jason Harris, how does it feel to set an IHRA record on that first pass with a 368?
I mean, it feels great. You know, IHRAs, when I was a kid, this was the place to go. I remember running Top Dragster and Quick Rod. Harold Denton ran IHRA for years, Party Time Pro Stocker, and I just want to carry on his name, and I just feel honored to be here for IHRA. I mean, this is a great facility. I came here 20 years ago. It's completely changed. Everything's great. I mean, what can you ask for? It kind of got hot. It kind of got cloudy. I didn't really know what to do. I'm changing the tune-ups on the burnout, but what do you say? You know, 368 off the ramps, I'll take that. New combo, my crew, I can't thank everybody enough. Pro Charger, Southern Diamond Company, IHRA, thanks for letting us be here.
Jason Harris looking for another championship under that Party Time car.
How cool would that be? And love these old body styles that come up inside of this category. I mean, it's what gives this category some character for sure. And a gorgeous Mustang sitting back there in the wings waiting for the thumbs up to go. Looks like they were checking some stuff out there on the Christmas tree, making sure that, I don't know if it rattled a light out or not, but.
Looked like they're replacing a few bulbs on it, yeah. Yeah, the Pro Mod category, that's one of the really cool things about it is the variance of cars and the body styles. You see the old muscle cars, you see the new modern day cars. It's a little bit of everything. You know, you got the Willys, you got Mustangs, you got, you know, the new Camaros, you got the older Camaros. It's got everything in it.
Claims a 1968 Pontiac Firebird here in the right lane.
That's the new version. Robin Roberts. I guess more like a. That'd be closer to an 18 than a 68.
Yeah, beautiful car. Really swoopy, no doubt about that. And, of course, lined up on the other side, the 67 Ford. Colton Pez out of Weatherford, Texas.
Yeah, Eleanor license plate on the back. I like that.
Yeah, I love that, too. Quick wheelie bar check here on both sides. Crew members to give them an idea where that first bulb is, that three-stage bulb. Problems there for Robin Roberts, unfortunately out of the throttle there. Pez on the other side, though, an 033 light, ready to go racing here today. Goes 385, 198.
Yeah, just a nice solid run, 385, 198. You could see that car leave, and a lot of guys look like they might be just a little bit soft. I mean, because when we started qualifying a little bit ago, it was cloudy. Now the sun's peeking in and out, a little more sun than clouds, and you can see the thing leave a little soft, but then pick that front end up and go after that.
Dumps of laundry at the other end, all good to go. Nice clean pass. Kai Kelly in the house will come up here and show us that hot rod, and Joel Winsley's up next. Kai Kelly out of Summit, Mississippi, and Joel Winsley out of Brooklyn, Michigan. Didn't have to drive too far with that 2018 Chevy. Keep our eyes here on Kai Kelly. That thing's a hot rod.
Yeah, you know, he got that big win this past winter in the offseason down in Florida, and just kind of surprised everybody. You know, they knew his car would run good, but I'm not sure they were ready for him. He came in there swinging, you know, and he surprised him by not only running well, but also driving well, and kind of caught them all off guard. They were ready for him the next time they came back.
Crew members, sunshine pudding. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? 521 Noonan. Steel body, stock wheelbase, fastest steel body car in the world. .359 with the 211 miles an hour at best. ET in mile per hour. Of course, season 6, No Prep Kings champion. Won the Snowbirds in 2024, as you were talking about. Joel Wensley lined up on the other side. And Wensley's going to get it done as well. Noonan of his own, and that one certainly can get down through there. 99 miles an hour. Nice job with the Pro Charger.
Yeah, once again, we saw the guys having trouble in that right-hand lane. It's just having a little trouble. You got to hit it just right in the right-hand lane. It's capable of making good runs, but just got to be right on the money with your tune-up. But look, Kai Kill, I told you he was trying to drive really well. Look at that, a red light, but at 0.003, 3/10,000ths of a second red.
Crazy.
385. Now, you weren't too happy with your time, but you said it's hot out here and you want something better in that next qualifying session.
Yeah, for us, it was like, okay, do we go down there and try to overpower the track and then have to run towards the front of the next pairing? But for you later on the better run. It's real hot out here, real muggy. Honestly, I'm sweating my ass off. We're just out here having fun, though. The IHRA is a great place. We're having a great time. Thank you, Daryl, for everything you've done for the IHRA. I came out here. I'm from Speed Promotions. I race Street Outlaws. I love my Street Outlaws family. But we came out here and we said, man, we're going to try to beat up on these pro mods. So we'll see how it goes. But we're going for that 50,000.
Cole Pez going for that 50,000.
Awesome stuff. As our next pair comes up here as well, Craig Sullivan. Saw him at Columbus with that beautiful 49 Merc, and Kurt Stedding will line up here in the right lane. Some guy named Todd Tutterow, crew chief, in on that one. Stedding with a Jerry Bickle car. YO Motorsports, the engine builder, 521 cubic inches there. And it looks like it's taking Sully here a little bit of a moment to get ready to go. Here we go.
Part of the routine. They've got it down there watching for him. Everybody has a little bit different routine on what they do.
Two-time world champion Pro Boost, runner-up the World Series Pro Mod as well for Kurt Stedding. Sully way out of shape. Man, had to get out of the throttle. I didn't know if he was going to bring that one back or not. It was pretty far sideways. We'll watch that one again for sure. Kurt Stedding sails it down through there. 371, 203 mile per hour.
Yeah, nice run in the right-hand lane. And Sullivan, I tell you what, anything got out there, you could see it chatter the tire a little bit, and just, he drove that thing as far as you want to drive one of these cars, lifting just at the right time. Almost act like it left, and then when it sat the front end down when it shook, the tires unloaded a little bit, rattled loose and got to the right.
Jacob McNeil coming up here. Had him at Columbus, and man, he just had a tough weekend.
It was a weekend to forget for sure. Everything that possibly go wrong, I think, went wrong that weekend. I think he's hoping for a little better weekend this weekend up here. Tom Blinko on the other side, he had a little better weekend. His car, if my memory serves me right, ran pretty well. So yeah, Jacob he had ignition problems. Couldn't get the car started the first session. Thought they had it fixed. Came up for the second session. Staged the car, hit the throttle, and it died again. And just, one problem after another. And it's always those $10 parts, he said, all weekend. It just kept fighting him.
We'll see if he can get the CUDA down through there. Tom Blinko lined up on the left lane. In the left lane. 2019 Corvette. Beautiful looking car. McNeil's car sounds better. I think he's ready to go here today.
Yeah, it's a lot better already. I think it just leaves the start line to be a better weekend.
Great drag race right there. 053 light. McNeil ready to go here, no doubt. How about an 015 light for Tom Blinko? Blinko goes 375 at 200, 374, 198 for McNeil. That was just a great old drag race right there.
That's what we've been looking for right there. Two cars side by side, get the tune-up figured out for both lanes. You can see both cars lead nice, and they're doing a little different. Blinko's car's moving around a little bit. Jacobs just raced straight down through there. Nice, easy pass, but great run, side-by-side drag race.
Kurt Stedding, your first pass ever in Milan. What do you think of the track?
I think the track's great. I mean, it's a little hot outside, so you have to take your time. You don't want to really go after it on your first qualifier, but I'm pretty happy with the 371. I think that puts us number 2 right now, so I'm happy with the track.
I don't know if you fans have heard, but everyone's just trying to get point A to B this first qualifying session. They're going to come out swinging in the next.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kristen. Yeah, that's the goal. But as you said before, with just 2 shots at this thing, you got to at least make, I don't know what you call, like 75, 80%, Maybe not everything, but you can't muddle it down through there.
Yeah,
there's a burnout.
You almost have to be a little bit conservative just to get some data. I mean, if it goes out here and blows the tires off early, what's the tune-up like down the track? Well, we don't know. I had to lift. So just get it down the racetrack, and maybe it's a little slow, but at least you're getting data. But some of these guys are hitting it pretty good. They're hitting it right out of the bat. So it's just putting those guys that didn't make it down the track this session behind the 8 ball come next session.
James Beedling lined up here in the right lane out of Ohio. Jason Kelso will put that gorgeous CUDA there in the left lane. Entire family there for Kelso. Terry, Stacy, Brody, Deborah, everybody helping out. Father, wife, son, mother. Paul Miller also jumping in. Level Performance, engine builder, and chassis the PRC 521 Hemi. SSI Roots Blower.
I really like the variety of cars we're seeing.
Also rolling up. Here we go. Beedling with trouble right at the hit of the throttle, and Kelso having to get out of the throttle there as well before the finish line.
Yeah, I don't think either one of those cars were firing smoothly going down the racetrack. The left-hand lane, you can hear it missing a little bit going down, and this one on the start line when he dropped the clutch, it just almost died. Just shut it off. Sounded fine as they were staging, so.
It did a beautiful burnout.
Yeah, something went wrong.
As we continue here, first round of qualifications for our professional categories. And let's get it back down to Kristen Beat.
Yeah, I'm here next to Mike DiDomenico. He's got his cool suit on, guys. This is helping the drivers stay cool as they're in the direct sun right now. It is pretty hot down here. But, Mike, a frustrating finish, to say the least, after such a strong day in Ohio, making it to the finals and unable to complete the task. You told me earlier due to a rear end issue.
Well, what happened was, remember at the end that I thought something happened, and we looked at everything, didn't really see anything wrong. But when we got to the starting line, I put the car in gear, and it just didn't do anything. And here to find out, it was the ring and pinion.
Do you have the setup you need to complete the task today?
We got a completely different setup. We ran a lockup before. We took the lockup out. Now we just run a 3-speed. Deal, and it's a completely different setup, so we'll see what happens.
Mike, thanks so much. And guys, he was able to test at Speedway 42 yesterday. He said this car feels different. They've made some minor adjustments, but he feels like it will be a competitive car.
Yeah, I'm sure that they will be tough here, all said and done. Disco Dean coming up here, lined up in the left lane. David Monday lined up in the right lane. Of course, Monday race cars as well. Howard Moon involved with that program. Best with the IHRA would have been at Columbus. A 372 with a 6.
Yeah, David had a good Columbus. I talked to Howard Moon today, and good to see him. He's been out here tuning the alcohol engines for a long, long time in the IHRA.
Went 200.77 there. Has been 211 with that car lined up in the right lane. That beautiful, sleek-looking Corvette. Of course, Disco Dean put on a show in qualifying at Columbus on Friday night. He said, I'm going down through there, and yes, he did.
Yeah, you talk about Friday night under the lights. Well, it was Friday night on some lights and still went right down through there. Like, yeah, get out of the way. I got this.
Yeah, he was very comfortable with it. Had no issues at all. Jesse Adams, Papa Disco helping out of Fairborn, Ohio. Disco Dean, both of them getting after it, man. Beautiful side-by-side effort right there. The quicker of the two will go to David Monday. 373 with a 9 at 200. 376 with a 9 for Disco Dean at 197. Another great drag race, and Disco Dean with an 029 light.
You can tell that he's used to going down tracks that not sure of. Got to go out there and go down the racetrack. And David Monday builds these cars. I don't know him pretty well inside and out, but just a nice side-by-side drag race. That's what you're looking for, and when you get the tune-ups right, that's what you're going to get.
Good stuff there. Here comes Frankie Taylor and Mike DiDomenico. If you were wondering what the finals look like in Columbus, you can watch it all over again, although I'm sure DiDomenico is hoping the outcome will be a bit different.
Yeah, it's good to hear what exactly was wrong. We saw him fire the car up, just wouldn't move to the water box, and he had mentioned after in the semifinals that something felt funny on the top end. So, yeah, it was good to know that's what it was. I'm glad Kristen asked him what the cause of that was.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch it, it was kind of loud. They hurt the rear end on that thing, so clearly everything fixed back up on the X1 car. X1 referring to the connecting rods that they sell.
Yeah, and it was shaping up to be a really good final because Mike was running right with Frankie all day, so it was going to be a great race. And maybe we're going to see what it could have been right here.
Of course, Frankie Taylor went on to win that race, his first career IHRA Ironman. So much stuff he's won along the way, but that one was important to him. He was pretty happy there that night, and rightfully so.
He's still happy. I ran into him in the pits today, and you would think that he won about 6 hours ago.
It's good to see a guy that's been out here that long with so much passion and still get so excited about coming out here.
He says, I think we got lucky. I said, I don't know if that was all luck. You ran pretty well.
Not his car, by the way. Larry Jeffers' race car, he sends it down through there. 3.708, 200 miles per hour for the Madman. On the other side, 375 with a 0, 198 for DiDomenico.
Another solid side-by-side run, and you could just see this. Domenico, changing the whole setup on his car, going and testing and coming out here, going down the track first shot. I think that testing paid off.
I think that'll put the Madman in third, if I'm not mistaken.
Disco Dean, 376 for your first qualifying session. How do you like the sound of that?
I'll take it. I mean, the good thing is it made a full pull in the heat. It's terrible out here. I mean, you see these conditions. You're sweating. You know what I mean? So, but I'm telling you, this IHRA is the thing. It's the golden era of sportsman racing reborn. I mean, everybody's excited here. The hospitality is great. If you don't believe it, just come out to Milan this weekend or check out any of these IHRA races. Come out and check it out. We're having a blast, even though it's hot. Tons of refreshments. Everybody's here. And for everybody at home wanting to know, yes, she's better looking in person than she is on TV.
But look at him calling me out saying I'm sweating. Girls don't sweat, Disco Dean.
Got all the right words for sure. And to a quick correction there, that did put the Madman in the number 2 hole. So nice run there for Frankie. Jackie Sloan Jr. and Tony Wilson coming up here next. We'll switch us over to the Pro Nitrous category. There's the spray. So congratulations, by the way, to the Party Time car. Our number 1 qualifying effort there in that first session of Jason Harris. Jerry Bickle car here for Jackie Sloan Jr. Pat Musey building the power inside of that one. Lined up in the left lane. Man, all over the place there for Tony Wilson driving that thing. Hung on to it for a while. Ends up with a 409 on the board, 147 miles an hour, 379 at 200 for Jackie Sloan Jr.
Boy, I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with the middle of the racetrack out there. If you can get off the starting line, that thing was carrying the front end way up in the air. Just kept climbing. Look at that thing. Woo! Oh, it threw something off of it. I saw something fly off the car there. I wonder what that was. I have to see if we can figure out what that is that come off the car.
Mike DiDomenico, after you destroyed that rear gear last run and you took out, what'd you take out?
We took out the lockup.
How's that car feeling on that pad?
It feels like a completely different car right now. I mean, before with the lockup, the car was pretty violent, and now it's such a smooth ride. It's just like taking a trip up to the corner store, really, compared to the lockup. I mean, I might as well pick up some groceries while we're out there, But seriously, we destroyed the rear gear, and we think it's because of the lockup. The lockup makes the engine and the transmission go 1-to-1, and it's really hard, going through the gears. It pounds the gears, and it makes the car kind of violent. But this is a whole new combination for us, so we'll creep up on it. Sal will figure it out.
You got your sunglasses and your hat, and you're ready just to go for a Sunday stroll. We're going to send it down to Kristen Beat.
I checked in with Tony Pontieri in this Pro Nitrous class. He qualified 5th in Ohio, but he was out after the first round. I asked him how did he make improvements in the downtime. He said they made a suspension adjustment that should improve the car. I asked, will he be able to run it better today? He said, I hope so. It all kind of depends on the weather.
Keith Jackson coming up here in the right lane. Jerry Bickle chassis here for him. Charlie Buck originally built the power plant here. I believe Charlie now retired. Massive power plants inside of this Pro Nitrous category. 959 cubic inches. Mark Mackey Turbo 400 transmission. Get some help from Dave, his dad, Austin, his son. John Bergat's lined up there in the left lane, fan of the door, getting a little bit of the smoke out of there. Pat Musey underneath the hood of that one as well. .377, 200 miles per hour, and some shenanigans down there for Keith Jackson at the other end.
Yeah, looks like it might have had a little backfire down there and knocked the scoop off of it. You could hear the cars didn't sound perfect on the starting line, and then as I went down through, they're just a little lazy, not bad, but a nice run. And just
it's like he put it up on the converter, got back out of it, and then on it again, and then took off. So I don't know if that had anything to do with the issues here. We'll see if we can keep an eye on it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's a little bigger than what we thought.
Big bang down there at the other end. Yeah, for sure. All right, our Kristen Banks is with the winner from our last event.
Frankie Madman Taylor. We just had a Pro Mod final rerun in that first qualifying one. And, hey, you deserve the win because you just got a 3.7. How'd that feel?
It was good. We were trying to shoot for right there, 71 or something like that, just to try to make sure we went down, because then we could step on it pretty good for second round of qualify. And we want to thank IHRA, Daryl, for doing all this for us and giving us a great place to race. And I mean, what he's doing is just outstanding for us. I want to thank my, Benji Lapp. He's been with me for a long time. Snap-on and TRM. If you need your car fixed or truck diesel fixed, TRM. Go to see Todd.
Well, congratulations, Frankie, on a great first qualifying session.
Thank y'all.
The rumble of the engines has fired up for our next pair. Tim Molnar will line up in the right lane, and pretty good crew chief over there for him too. Tricky Ricky Smith will help him get that thing down through there. Jerry Bickle car. 974 cubic inches inside of that 69 Chevrolet Camaro, and will line up alongside the 41 Willys. Line up in the left lane for Ed Wilson.
I stopped by and talked to Ricky today, and he said this is a really, really nice race car. They found that Tim bought it, has had very few runs on it, and Ricky's been helping him with it. Ricky's been tuning it, been servicing the car at his shop, everything, and shutting it off. Well, something wrong here. But yeah, Ricky, he said this is probably the lightest race car he's ever had to work with.
Yeah, and just nothing wrong with the car, we don't believe, by the way. Red light's on for the track, so checking something there on the track. And once again, we'll go back down to Kristen B.
I have Dylan Voss with us now. Dylan missed Ohio. His brother and crew chief, Corey Voss, was in the driver's seat that weekend. Now getting back in the seat yourself, what are your expectations for your first IHRA event in the new era of IHRA?
We're excited. Corey ran good last weekend. He drove for me. We got a good race car. We had a good race car last weekend, and hopefully we could build on last week and run really good this weekend here in Michigan.
So I got to ask you, the banana car, where did that nickname come from, and how would you lean into the yellow?
So we bought the car, and it was yellow, and one of the other team was making a joke about like a nuclear banana, so we named it the Bad Banana. It kind of stuck, and we've rolled with the theme ever since.
And do you like bananas?
Sure.
Bad Banana. We're driving the Bad Banana this weekend, guys. I love some of the stories behind the history of the race cars, and good luck to Dylan making his debut with the IHRA this weekend.
Awesome, good stuff. So what we're hearing is, unfortunately, a little bit of moisture at the top end of the track. You can see the clouds there. It doesn't look disastrous, but spitting up there at the shutdown area, so safe than sorry here.
Yeah, I came in this morning from Indianapolis and it rained on me almost all the way here, and then I got within a couple miles and it started quitting, and by the time I pulled into the track, the starting line area was dry. They said it rained on the top end, so getting a little bit of that again, it looks like.
Yeah, it was kind of odd. Same way for me. Coming in here, I was like, the track's going to be swamped, and I literally got a half a mile away. It felt like maybe a mile away, and everything was dry as it could be. I was like, well, they could probably race on this, and sure enough, get in here, and the track was pretty ready to go. It's all around us. It's just little cells, just little spotty cells all around. So hoping we can squeeze one in, at least get one qualifying session in and get the field set. And then if all goes well, we'll get another pass in tonight. One more time, let's go back up to KB.
Camry Caruso with only 2 runs in this car. I noticed a moment ago you have the little pink post-it on the dashboard. You said, I don't want to forget my routine. I've only had 2 runs in this car. What are the emotions like?
Excited to be back racing. We've only had this car maybe a week total, and I have my post-it note to remind me what to do. We're just going to go out there and have some fun. We're excited to be part of IHRA. They're doing to be here.
Racing, a generational sport. Your father or your mom may have competed in it. Tell me your story and how you got involved in drag racing.
So my grandpa, he started out 76. He's in the picture, and then my dad, and he's sitting right there too. So it's a family sport, and we're so thankful to be able to do it together.
And Camry is now in the driver's seat, guys. Pretty cool.
Yeah, great story. Glad to see they were able to get that thing sorted out and come out here, and we'll see them make it hit just a little bit. Mountain Motor Pro Stock, I believe, to follow Pro Mod here.
A little bit of heat in the racetrack and just a small drizzle. It dried right up in a hurry, and we're ready to go racing again. So that's great.
Once again, Ed Wilson in the left lane with the 41 Willis, and Tim Molnar in the right lane out of Seville, Ohio. Chad Hester also jumping on that car alongside Ricky Smith. Has been 369 at 205. PDRA Elite TS champ. Car drives right down through there. Looks pretty good. 379 at 200 miles an hour. 395 in the left lane. 180 for Ed Wilson. How about a 000 with a 7 light for Tim Molnar? 7 10,000ths of a second from perfect.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see these clocks go to the 4th digit, but just, you know, what you'd think out of Ricky Smith. Let's just go down this racetrack, get a nice solid run in there, and we can come back tonight and do it up. And it's exactly what it did. Nice, straight, solid run. Not too aggressive, not too slow, just nice and easy run.
Sounds like they might be checking out top end here one more time just to make sure everything is good. One of the cars fired up and then shut right back off. So putting water down in the water box. It's a good sign.
It's that typical hot summer day where you just get that heat and humidity and these little pop-up showers come around.
Jim Widener with a gorgeous Corvette as well. At Columbus was able to put a 374 up on the board. 374 with a 0 at 202.09.
I love the sound of these big cubic inch engines. Just a thumping.
Looks like we will have a single here out of Batesville, Indiana. It's Jim Widener. Once again, quick adjustment here to the wheelie bars. Open that nitrous bottle, and the purging begins. Wow, that thing really picked up the front end there. Once it locked in, that was pretty wild.
You can even see it from the back view. You can see the thing start to carry the front end. That was a handful. But yeah, these nitrous cars are really putting on a show. You see them out there just carrying the front end out in the middle of the racetrack.
Super cool. Well, our Christian Beat is down with our 2009 IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock champ,
John Montecajo. And John, on the dashboard, you have a quote. It says, "Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will." What does that quote mean to you? Why put it on your dashboard?
Well, growing up, my father always said, where there's a will, there's a way. And he always preached determination. If you're determined, we live in a great country. You could be anything you want to be. I happen to want to be a Mountain Motor Pro Stock driver.
And that you are. Good luck out there. Thank you so much, John.
and one of the absolute best to get it done as well. Of course, Monty's been out here for many, many years and a staple marked car on the IHRA and its Mountain Motor Pro Stock days. So great to have him back out here. Wasn't quite ready for Columbus, but he said, I'll make it to Milan, and here he is, comes out of Long Island, of course. Camry Caruso will be the first one to come up here. You had a chance to speak with them a little bit, huh, Tommy?
Yeah, I stopped by and saw them this morning, and they said that they didn't get here and roll in here until about 9 o'clock last night. They went up to New York, did a little testing, had some issues, went back to the shop, rebuilt the engine, changed some things. They were at Dragway 42 yesterday doing some testing. They said it was so hot, so humid. Just like anything with a new car, you have struggles. They got a couple laps in yesterday, and they said, let's load this thing up and go to Michigan. They rolled in here about 9 o'clock last night, but she's got a really good team. Jim Yates over there helping her. When she ran Pro Stock earlier, Jim Yates did a lot of help with her, and Jim come with her on this adventure as well.
They were talking whenever Kristen did that interview with her, it was pretty cool, talking about the family tradition there with her grandfather, her father as well, her father Mark making it to the finals in Hot Rod back in 2000 and grabbed the win. So pretty cool stuff. The World Nationals. Yeah, I saw them online doing a couple of posts as they were shaking some of the bugs out of that Jerry Haas car and trying to get that power plant up to snuff and ready to go here. Nice straight hit, man. I would think she'd be very happy with that one.
Yeah, it looked like a planned shut off. There's very few limited runs they've made in this thing. Just nice, solid, right down the racetrack run, and everything looked good. Flick it off. Let's go back, look at the data, and come back out tonight and see if we can improve on that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be pleased with that one. 052 light, by the way, as well, and 1 second there at the 60-foot mark. Let's get it up to Banks.
Jim Widener, now you really carried that front end on that pass. Was that the goal?
That was not the goal. We had the car set up to run like basically 374, 375, and when the converter locked up, it just picked the front end up. It got on the wheelie bars, and as soon as it did, it started shaking, so I had to lift.
How will you fix that in that next qualifying session?
Just tuning. We'll tune around that spot in the track a little bit, get a little less aggressive with the lockup, and we should be good to go.
Jim Widener.
Dylan Voss coming up here next, and Dave Hughes. Dylan lined up over there on the left-hand side. Of course, that great interview down there that Kristen did just a few moments ago. Jerry Haas race car and Voss Racing Engines underneath that one, 830 cubic inches. Brother and dad helping out with this one, with that program, of course, Corey and Kenny. And Dave Hughes lined up on the other side. 2018 Jerry Haas Camaro. John Causey power underneath the hood of that one. And unfortunately for Dylan Voss, looks like they push it back.
Yeah, it looks like they're pushing it back. I'm not sure.
Maybe we're okay here.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Made me nervous. Guy in the fire suit pulling him in the beams. I thought he'd get out of the car.
Man, I mean, if you glanced up, that's what you would think, right?
Like, which boss is pulling him in the beams here? What's going on?
Of smoke out of the back of Dave Hughes' car, pretty much all the way down through there. We'll keep an eye on here one more time. Goes 419, 174, 421, 170, 172 for Dylan Voss in the left lane.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything major, just like a puff of smoke. Yeah, you can see a little bit of puff of smoke, but nothing major. It cleaned right up.
One of the more expressive cars in the paddock. I love showcasing some of the art on these cars because a lot of the car jobs are works of art. Here on the front end, you're never too old to have a little fun with the boys. Also, his nickname, Return of the Prosecutor, here on the hood. And he told me a long time ago, back when he was a young buck, they nicknamed him the Prosecutor. It stuck, and he's been rolling with it. Then also on the dashboard, computer in quotes, he said, sometimes I forget to start the computer. Also get in, sit down, shut up, and hold on, which these guys have been doing all weekend on the drag strip.
Yeah, they get pretty colorful. No doubt about that. Talking about John Montecalvo a little bit ago. He will line up in the left line alongside Mike Murphy. We talked about Montecalvo. Monty winning the championship here with the IHRA in 2009. Backed that up in 2010 with an ADRL. Also won a championship with the PDRA. Longtime Sonny Leonard powered machine. House Sonny Leonard car. And, of course, we lost Sonny. Now it is John Causey underneath the hood.
I stopped by to see John this morning. I haven't seen him in a while, and they said, "Are you kidding me? He's not here this early."
Well, I went by to see Montecalvo yesterday. They said, "Are you kidding me? He's not here this early." About 2 hours before the race. I think Montecalvo was out on the boat with his lovely wife, Lois Ann, who's standing out there. Huge supporter, of course, when we were racing at Columbus, but ready to go here and make some noise. Pre-stage bulb on. Monty's car right down through there, straight as a string. 069 light. Murphy with an 037 light. Unfortunately, had to click that one a little bit early. 414, 175 miles per hour for Montecalvo.
Well, missing that race in Columbus didn't hurt him at all right here. He come out here 414 right out of the box, right straight down the racetrack, and had his little vacation and said, "All right, boys, I'm back. Look out."
Yeah, crew members that have been with him, I mean, honestly, 20 plus years. Look at that thing.
We're seeing a few more side-by-side pairs going down the racetrack now than we did earlier today when the sun was coming out, popping out here and there. But kind of looks like the clouds are back. Track's got a little more shade on it, cooling down, and it makes a big difference. You get a little heat on this track, and it changes everything. And get a little cloud cover, it gets a little tighter, and nice solid runs.
Tony Pontieri and Bill Neary coming up here. Bill Neary and the right or far lane. And Tony Pontieri will line up in the near lane. Pontieri 5th quick at Columbus with a 4:15 and 274.
It wasn't in qualifying. I mean, that thing, he struggled in qualifying, and we knew that coming up first round that somebody might get a little surprise, and they sure did.
John Montecalvo, you just said, I'm not used to the 8th mile. How do you get used to it before that next qualifying session?
Oh, trust me, we'll get used to it. You know, it's a matter of time, and we've been running a lot of quarter-mile stuff, so back to the 8th now. I like the 8th. It's fun. You know, most things happen in the first 8th mile. Cut a light, get out of here on the guy, and you're going to win the race.
All right, so what can we expect from you in that next qualifying session?
I hope to pick it up. You know, it's going to get a bit cooler out. We just went a 14. I think that's pretty good for the session. It's kind of hot and nasty here right now, but hope to pick it up. We hope to run around a 10.
Well, y'all just heard him. The man's going to pick it up for the next qualifying session.
Seasoned veteran, seasoned crew. We'll look forward to that one, of course. As Neary comes up here, prosecutor out of Barrington, Illinois, Jerry Haas chassis. Jerry Janota, engine builder. Pontieri lined up on the left side. Near lane to the screen. Qualities Plus compressor sends it down through there. Put the 426 on the board at 167. 446 at 166 for Neary.
Those weren't the straightest passes I've seen all day. They worked to get them down through there, but yeah, Bill Neary, red lighted, but they 0.0001 10,000ths of a red light, nearly perfect. These guys are killing the tree today out here, even qualifying. We saw that in Columbus in eliminations, a lot of hole shot wins. So these guys will all be tight field, and you better be on the Christmas tree when it comes race day.
Out of Manawa, Ohio, will be Kurt Neighbor. Beautiful looking car right there. That gorgeous Mustang. Jerry Haas built machine. John Causey underneath the hood. 820 cubic inches, built in 2000. Pretty wild. Carl Baker helping out with this one. World champ back in 1995, 96, 2011. IHRA Nationals at Dragway 42. In 71, 72, 73, 74. I mean, this guy's been around for a long, long time. IHRA Nationals at Norwalk. In 84, IHRA Bristol. Won best appearing car. And John Koenig chauffeur lined up in the far lane. Out of Otterville, Ontario. Saw John at Columbus. Hoping to have a little better weekend here than he did at Columbus. Beautiful car. Rattles the tires right off the back for Koenig chauffeur. He's done here. Left lane will send it down through there. 418 with a 6. Solid effort there. 173 miles an hour for Neighbor.
Yeah, another solid pass in that left lane. They were 418. This night session, you can tell already that these cars, these Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars, they're not missing it by much, the ones that aren't making it. So I look forward to this night session being very, very good, quick. It's going to get a little cooler. You're going to see a bunch of cars in the teens, I believe.
Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next.
'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Rice and Corey Voss coming up here next. 'Dwayne Ri Corey up here helping his brother a little bit ago. I'm sure watching and taking notes on a few things and trying to put some of that to good use in his run.
Yeah, twin brother, by the way, is Dylan.
See, that's why I didn't know who.
That's why you thought the driver was out of the car.
Yeah, see?
I'm with you. I got your back on that one. As you look at it there, that is Corey Voss in the right lane, Dwayne Rice in the left lane. Great overhead shot, man, looks beautiful.
Love those drone shots, just absolute great shots. Gives you such a different perspective on things.
Rice out of Grove City, Ohio. Voss hits the tires right off the bat. Rice sends it down through there. 087 light for Rice goes 416, 173 miles an hour. He's ready to go.
Just seeing more and more teens. Cars running a little bit better. Guys missing it just a little bit. Don't take much. It don't take a lot to miss it. You can see that thing lift up off starting line, and Rice going right down to 416.
Bill Neri, how was that pass?
Not bad. We didn't stack it real tight, and we left it. I wanted to get down A to B. It went down A to B. It's the first time I've been in the car since March. And we did pretty good. I mean, that motor's got a lot of steam. It takes a pretty good racetrack to hold it. This track fooled me. I didn't think it would hold that kind of power with the heat and humidity, and I'll be damned, it knocked the wind out of it when I let go of the clutch. So we'll go back, do it up, and we'll pass it. She'll go right down Broadway with the rest of these guys.
I'm going to quote that one. Little tickle with the timing coming from Wild Bill.
Having some fun up there is pretty cool. As we take a look at the two competitors that we saw square off in the final at Columbus. Jerry Tucker and Chris Powers. Tucker in the far lane, Powers in the near lane. The winner at Columbus was Jerry Tucker, the better of the two at that particular time. Number one qualifier was Jeremy Huffman at that particular event. Top speed Larry Pierce.
Two cars have had the liberty of watching all of them run before them. So in all reality, these two should have taken notes and be the two quickest, but we'll see if they get it right.
Haas car in the near lane, Bickle car in the far lane. Engine builder for Jerry Tucker is Frank Gugliotta. That's who was racing Monte Carlo for the championship back in 2009, by the way. Mr. Frank Gugliotta. By the center line was Jerry Tucker there towards the end of that run. 026 light. Powers just a tick early by 5 thousandths. Won't matter here in qualifying, but goes 414 with a 674 miles an hour. And that's good for the number 2 spot by a smidgen. 418, 158 miles an hour for Tucker over there by the center line. Watch a replay.
Yeah, he was trying to finesse it back, and it just wouldn't come back. Trying to finesse. You can see him just, I'm trying. And then he shuts it off early, and still a 418 shutting it off before the finish line.
Yeah, really doing a good job driving.
I'm standing beside Buddy Johnson's Top Fuel Harley, and what on first look might appear to be a rear spoiler is in fact not that. I talked with his team. They said, we call it the luggage rack. It is not that either. This is actually an aero modification. So its intention is to direct the air out this way and then down. So what it will do is create more grip on the back end. It creates more downforce. So what is normally a rear spoiler on the back of a car has been remodified to create more downforce on the back of this Top Fuel Harley. Such a cool modification for Buddy Johnson and his team.
Love the Top Fuel Harleys, and they're coming up here pretty quickly. Monte Calvo stays number 1 by 1 skinny little thousandth of a second. Getting the dance ready to go here. You look pretty good there, Tommy. They said they want to see us on camera. It's quite a stunt. They said, hey, guys, flip. I'm like, well, I got news for you. I don't flip anymore. I just can't do that stuff.
Waddled around, turning around, yeah. Good to stand up a little bit, yeah.
Been pretty fortunate here today, weather-wise. Track looks really good, and I know a couple of issues there with that right lane, but it looks like it's come back for the most part. It's really close.
Yeah, I don't think it's the racetrack. I think it's everybody just missing the tune-up just a little bit. It doesn't take a lot. And the track, you know, you see them out here putting the rosin down, trying to keep the bald spots from coming on there. When these cars let the clutch out, it turns that tire and tries to peel that rubber up. So they're using the rosin, trying to keep the rubber on the starting line. But I don't think it's the track. I think you're just missing a little bit, and you're going to see it get even better as the night goes on and the track gets cooler.
All right, Joe, let's go out and watch those Top Fuel Harleys, man. They're starting to make some noise. John Toth will line up in the left lane, near lane, if you will, and Buddy Johnson. Why, John hazed that big back tire there for just a moment, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with that A-Fuel car. You spin the tire a little bit, get the load off of that motor, and they lose a cylinder right away.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot to lose. Only 2 cylinders. You lose one, it has dramatic consequences, and you can hear them out here. You can hear when that cylinder drops and just goes flat, but so hard to keep these things running on both cylinders.
And let's go up to K-Banks.
Chris Powers, #1 on your car, but unfortunately #2 in qualifying session. How are you going to fix that in the next one?
We'll just step it up a little bit and rev the car up, and we'll get to the front. We think we can go a 10 or 11, which I don't think these guys can, so we'll try to pick it up, and Samuel will tune it up and get it there.
Chris Powers, he's going to get it there in the next qualifying session because these other guys might not can.
Well, if the other guys weren't motivated, they will be after that statement.
I think he just made it a little bit harder for himself right there. Like, oh, yeah, really? Don't think we can do that, huh? Okay.
Next pair cackling here at the starting line. Driving down to the 549 for Peterson at 201 and a 554 and 194 for Smith.
Well, you could see him hanging off that thing, trying to keep it going straight, leg dangling off of it. Just another reason why I wouldn't ride one of these things.
Come on, man.
They're cool to watch. Look at him. Stick that leg out. As soon as he hits the throttle, front end in the air, leg out, leaning left. And a 549. Nice lap. I want to know if he knew it was going to do that. As soon as he cracked the throttle, he sticks his leg out. Is that part of the routine?
I mean, I just think they have a crazy feel, no doubt about that thing. Any little fraction, just
They're
like you, I'm sure.
Crazy feel, all right.
I'm sure much like you in the funny car. You're doing things inside there that most people don't realize is happening, you know, whenever you see it or feel it happening. You definitely want to be ahead of whatever these things are doing as Ryan Perry comes up here and Jay Turner. Two multi-time champs here. Two of the absolute best to go at it. Jay Turner carrying that front tire all the way down through there. Looked like Ryan Perry was trying to track him down. 554, 196 for Perry, the better of the two. A 542, 187 for Jay Turner. Certainly both bikes capable of 200 plus. Jay Turner runner-up at Columbus to Bob Malloy, or Opie, as he's affectionately referred to. Let's watch this one again.
Both bikes carrying the front end. Look at the woo! Got the whoa! Man.
Wow!
He is
set it down with the front end turned.
The smoke coming off that thing with the front wheel turned to the left. Woo! That makes me nervous just watching.
Yeah, that doesn't always end well, but a seasoned veteran can get away with it. Sketchy moment there for Ryan Perry, but I love it when they carry those front ends. Great stuff here at Darana Dragway. Milan, Michigan's where it's all going down. The second stop of the 2025 season here with the International Hot Rod Association.
Going to give the racetrack a little tune-up, some drag. Nitro cars coming up next, so going to go out and give the track a quick little prep. I'm still nervous watching that front wheel sit down and turn to the left.
It's so wild. I mean, they're under such huge pressure. It's just literally a tripod sailing down through there, and man, it just wants to snap those wheelie bars in half.
Yeah, I bet when he get out the other end, he'd go, "Oh yeah, I saw it was left. It was a little left, yeah."
You're probably right. Yeah, no big deal. It's just
I knew it.
It's another walk in the park, man. That's all that is. So as Tommy talked about, our fuel cars lined up there in the lanes. We'll make some big noise whenever we come back here, turn them loose, find out what we have to work with here, as we will, of course, have our second session a little bit later on today as well. Thankfully, Mother Nature is working with us, so stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to Darana Dragway.
Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7. Trouble! Lost the right front part. Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out! One upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat, on the leader's rear bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options.
Welcome back to Darana Dragway. I am here with Jay Turner. Just had a nice run on this Harley, but are you coming into this weekend feeling like you have some unfinished business from Ohio?
Oh, absolutely. We didn't leave there like we wanted to. We were in pretty good shape on Saturday night, and whenever we didn't get to run because of the delays, I knew that racing in the daytime was going to be more in Bob's advantage than ours. And he made a good run, and we made a solid run, but it just wasn't enough. And we did a lot of service the last 2 weeks, and we came here with all the stuff we got good, and we're going to try to have a different showing this weekend.
That's Jay Turner going to try to get it done this weekend. We're going to throw it down to Kristen Beat.
Todd Barker in the funny car class, a bit of a mechanical, bit of driver error in Ohio. You said I ended up being a beach bum. Explain to me, first of all, how you described that, ending up in the kitty litter, but also you and your team put this car back together in 10 days.
Yes, what we basically done was in that run on there, the car, as soon as I let off the throttle, the car darted to the right, so I had a handful of the steering wheel. I let go of the steering wheel to reach for the parachutes. It still ended up going back to the right. So it was like, okay, I'm going to rely on another system to do it. It activated, but it didn't quite get it all the way out. So then I knew, okay, we're in for a ride. We're fixing to go into the beach on the deal. So at that point, I stuck it in the middle of the track, and off the road we went. We cleared the road at about 130, 140 mile an hour, and it just landed out there and just kind of turned sideways. I said, well, we're here. So I throwed the hatch open, climbed out, gave them a peace sign, said, hey, we're in. Let's go. I said, they come down there and check on me and said, hey, are you in good shape? And I said, man, that was fast, 280 mile an hour. It's fast. And they say, no, you're okay, right? And I said, I'm okay, but that was fast. It's 280 mile an hour. So that's the fastest we've ever ran and the quickest time we've ever ran in the car right here. So it was a heck of a ride. We put her back together in 10 days, changed the whole entire chassis, fixed the whole front end on the car. It had a big old hunk out of the middle of it, fixed it back up, stuck it all back together, and we're back out here for IHRA because we want to run this series. Bit of this series. We love this thing.
What kind of pressure did it put on you and your team to rebuild that car on such short notice?
Well, we went to bed about 2 o'clock every morning. We got up about 6 o'clock every morning, and we just worked all day and all night. That's what it takes. If you want to do this kind of stuff, you got to be dedicated. You either really want to do it, or you just want to come out here and participate. We want to do it. We want to win. We want to win this thing. We don't just want the 50,000. We want the Iron Man that goes with this thing. That's what we want.
Best of luck out there, and guys, this is a warrior team. 2 a.m. every night, just to put it back together.
And of course, referring to that $50,000 payday, you can put that thing into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I stopped by and talked to those guys this morning, and it was quite an event to get that thing back together. That got a call and said, hey, I've got a chassis similar to what you have. And he was telling me that it ended up being just 1 or 2 serial numbers off of what he was driving when he put it in the sand. So they borrowed this chassis and put all their stuff into it. He says everything fit pretty good except for on the front half of the car. They had to weld all new tabs, mounting brackets for everything. So it was some work, but they got it done and got it up here and ready to go again.
Another day in the office, right?
Yeah. I bet you they checked the chutes a couple times this time.
It really is what he said, though, for the folks out there. I mean, I think for the most part, the dedicated fans that are watching on get it. But for those that have not been part of the game and think, hey, man, I'd love to go do that, I've got to tell you, the work ethic around the people out here that are successful is just unbelievable. I mean, you've got to love it. There's no doubt about that, because nobody in their right mind would come out here and just do it.
Yeah, that's what I've always told. Everybody says, you have any advice on how to be successful in racing? And I said, you better love it, because it is a tremendous amount of work, and you have to have a lot of commitment, and you make a ton of sacrifices. You know, I had friends that they were out going to the lake or doing this and doing that, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm going to the racetrack, or I'm in the race shop working. So I've never met anybody that's successful out here that didn't work at it very hard. You know, you see guys out here and going down the racetrack and winning races, and you think, wow, they're making that look easy, and there's nothing easy about it. It's all the prep work before they got to the racetrack that paying off when they get here.
It's on the far side of the truck. It's a big green barn. It's real long. You can't miss it. They've got a ton of wood in there. You need to bring it up there.
Running down through here, prepping the track, get things as good as they can. What is that? So the options are beef or chicken here for dinner, so I'm going to go with the beef. How about you, Tommy?
Yeah, beef, yeah.
Okay. We're going to take a quick break here. As you can see here, a pair of rotators out there bringing this track in, and we're going to turn them loose when we come back.
Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And we welcome everybody back to Darana Dragway. We're here in Milan, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. Stop number 2 in the 2025 season for the International Hot Rod Association. Funny car coming up here next. A couple of track tractors out there prepping this track. Double rotators.
Yeah. You know, it's such an undertaking to get this thing off the ground and get it running in such a short period of time. And you know, in Columbus, we had one rotator running, and it took a little longer on the track prep, and everybody listened. You know, I said, hey, we know we're going to make some mistakes. We know we can get better. We're going to improve. Is there anything we can do? What's your opinion? And everybody said, yeah, track prep needs to be a little quicker. So here we are rolling out 2 rotators this weekend and sped things up tremendously. So we're almost ready to go with track preps done and ready to roll.
Mike McIntyre and Del Worsham made it to the final round at Columbus. Mike McIntyre getting the better of Del Worsham to grab that first win. Season best ET 4:06 with a 3 by Del Worsham, 3:17.79 by Del as well.
Yeah, I was wondering why McIntyre wasn't here, you know, a lot of their guys, their crew guys, are volunteer guys that come and help them on weekends, and a lot of them had put in for time off, and you know, this all happened pretty late, and they didn't get their schedule finalized till really late. So a lot of guys, they just couldn't get off work and couldn't get enough crew put together. But they said they'll come back. They'll be back at more, and I'm sure we'll see them again in Columbus and a couple other places. I texted with Del after the race in Columbus and just told him what did a good job, and I could tell he was having fun. And he said, "Yeah, I did. I was starting to get the hang of it. By the time the weekend was over, I was starting to get the hang of it again." But I asked him if he was coming. He said, "Yeah, my dad's doing okay. His dad's having some health stuff." So I just want to say a shout out to Chuck out there, and I hope you're feeling better and watching your kid on Speed Sport 1, and see Chuck smile, because I know he's proud of Del and what all they've done as a family. And I just wanted to say hi to Chuck, his old friend.
Yeah, you guys raced together as families, right?
Yeah, long
back
time
in
ago.
the day. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about 1986, racing the alcohol cars here. That's about the time when I was racing with the Worsham family, and Art Hendy drove their alcohol car, and then they made the move to fuel funny car, and Del taking over the wheel. So, yeah, we go back a long ways.
Yeah, we saw Del get out of the car, and he was smiling from ear to ear after that first qualifying pass. Like, man, this thing's fast.
Yeah,
you know? So
that was cool to see.
It was pretty cool, shaking the rust off, getting used to it again. Yeah, they are fast, no doubt.
You could almost see the hook getting set again.
Yeah. I mean, listening to Todd talk about that thing, going 280 miles an hour, and the sheer speed that he was feeling inside of that thing. I mean, imagine these things at 320 miles an hour.
Stuff's happening fast down there. And that's where you really notice the speed is when there is an issue and you're covering ground so fast down there that you get in trouble really fast. You have to almost instinctively react to what's going on and do the right things. And he hasn't made that many runs at that speeds before, so it caught him off guard a little bit, I think. And he said, I just had a handful of wheel. I'm like, yeah, you do, but you got to get that shootout. So a lot of stuff going on in a really big hurry down there. So it only takes once, and then you learn from it. Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that again.
Yeah, to add another 10, 15, even 20%, to that to get that thing up there in the 320, 330 mile an hour range. I mean, that is a massive step up after going 280.
Yeah, and you know it too. I mean, you can feel it. You know the speed is better. I mean, it just plants you back in the seat harder. Things are going by a little faster. I mean, it's very noticeable by seat of the pants that you're running faster.
Good look there at the starting line. Of course, a lot of work being done here as well at Milan. Get this place up to the standards that they would like to see it.
It almost sounds like the band's playing out there. Yeah. So.
And our Kristen Beat is hard at work down there in the staging lanes. Kristen?
Down here just cooking. I am just cooking down here, but I'm by Del Worsham's car setup, the funny car setup, and just a moment ago I talked to his team. Obviously he's an owner driver. I asked him if that means he lets off sooner than he would otherwise if he were a driver. He said sometimes, and that's a unique position a lot of these teams are in, where you're a driver owner, and obviously you want to maximize the benefit of your equipment, but if you were just a driver and you were racing for someone else, your thought process may be a little different. I know that Scott Palmer is in the same position, also Lex June, so an interesting kind of dynamic to throw into the mix during race weekend if you're an owner driver, you know?
Yeah, we heard Scott Palmer said he was having an argument with the owner on the way down through there.
Yeah, all these crew chiefs on these fuel cars and are all out here, and they're so excited. The clouds were here. Let's go race. Let's get these cars out there. And now the sun comes out. And all that stuff they've done in the pits and all that stuff is now being questioned. And they're back here in the lanes going, okay, what do we change real quick before we fire this thing?
You think yourself in, think yourself right back out.
Probably the most sun we've seen all day. But that's a good thing. That means it's not wet on the road.
Well, and that's one of those things, though. When it is so humid and the sun comes out and it just immediately turns into a steam bath, it seems like.
I think Kristen just tried to tell us that.
Hopefully it'll start cooling off here in the next hour or two.
And they've been racing here for 2 days already, and I watched online, and you could tell it was brutal. I thought, boy, I feel for those guys up there.
Yeah, I mean, it was
miserably hot and
92, 93 degrees one day ago here, so probably chasing that now.
Just try to rummage around. Steve said
give us a quick weather update there, Tom.
Yeah, see if we can't find that real quick. 83, real feel 92. So still better than what we've seen the last couple days, but by no means is it comfortable out there. 76% humidity. Yee. That's way better than it was early as 86 earlier. Getting way better out there.
I've got Scott Palmer, the man, the myth, the legend down here. Scott, first of all, we have some time to burn, so I'm not going to talk to you competitively. I'm going to talk about Evel Knievel Thursdays. What's going on Thursdays out here?
Thursdays out here, I'm a huge Evel Knievel fan. Huge Evel. I mean, I love Evel Knievel. When I was growing up, he was the man. So on Thursdays, we call it Evel Knievel Thursday. Everybody in our pits, we all have shots of wild turkey because that's what he drank. Takes the pain away.
Takes that pain away. Well, I don't know if you're suffering from a lot of pain. You won last time out in Ohio. I know you've got big plans this coming week to head out to Sturgis, a man of many disciplines, a big Harley guy. So tell me about your plans in Sturgis.
Well, Sturgis, Nick Trask and Trask Performance sponsor the car, and they actually built me a Evel Knievel themed turbocharged Harley, brand new, awesome. I mean, absolutely awesome bike. So I take it out there every year, and we roll up in their display and hang out like we know what we're doing.
I love it. Now let's take a look at this car. You've got a lot of great partners on this Top Fuel. So I wanted to throw reference to dogs because people suck? Explain that to me.
Well, I'm a huge dog lover. I have 3 little Australian Shepherds, you know.
I've met them.
They're awesome. They come from Menlo Ranch, great people, great family. And we actually have about 5 of these little Australian Shepherds in our family, and our crew guys have them. I mean, we love these little dogs, and I like dogs better than people, just to be real honest.
To be real honest, I might be on the same page as you. This weekend, to be able to go back-to-back, you told me earlier, it's going to be more difficult. And you had a conversation with your team regarding that because you guys were so dominant in Ohio, but everyone else will be a little bit better this weekend. So you guys are going to have to up your game too.
Yeah, everybody gets better every race. Every race we go on, they're going to get better and better and better. There's a couple of cars missing, a couple of the heavy hitters, but everybody out here is a heavy hitter. And our problem this weekend will be beating ourselves. We have to be careful. We have to be on our A game and not beat ourselves. It's so much easier to make a mistake in these cars than it is to do the right thing. So we are working hard to do the right thing this weekend.
In every class, that will be the case, guys.
They'll have their chance to go to work in just a little bit, but first will be Funny Car. Dan Hicks coming up here. Looks like he will be on a solo. 5-time winner of the March meet. And Tommy, you told me he was a fabricator for Bob Tasca.
Yeah. Dan works at the fab shop at Tasca's at the House of Speed. You'll see on the side of his car there. But yeah, this car is normally a fuel altered, and then they wanted to come up here and participate, threw a body on it. I mean, beautiful body, beautiful paint scheme. But Dan's a great guy. Does some great work over there at Tasca's, and I even did some work for Dan, building some cabinets here a while back.
Dom Lagana working with these guys.
This is the first time this car's been out in quite a while. They've been over working on it. My shop is straight across the street from Tasca's shop, where I sell the parts to all the teams. And if you listen closely, sometimes on a Thursday or Friday afternoon, you'll hear this thing fire up in the parking lot when they get it all put together and testing some stuff over there in the parking lot. So,
can they swap the bodies from some of these cars over?
A lot of them are mount a little bit different. So it's got to be one that'll fit the chassis in the back, the tree area in the back, and the latch system. So I'm sure Dan has this body. He's got the fuel altered body as well.
And clicks that one at about the 330.
Yeah, it's pretty soft early. You know, like I said, this car, it's probably the first time this car's been out in a while, and they've been working on it, trying to change the tune-up, trying to change their way they run this car, and that might have been, I mean, I know the plan shut off, wasn't going to go all the way, but it seemed a little slow. They'll go back and make some changes. Made a little move to the right there, but everything's fine. Can't really tell from that angle, but it almost looks like I had a hole out on the right-hand side. And that's probably why I did pull it out. Might have had a hole out right at the step of the throttle.
I actually clicked it a little bit before the 330 there, watching that replay. But nothing crazy, so it's a good start to get a little bit of data, right?
Yeah, that's all they want is a little bit of data. But, yeah, when it made the move to the right, it's like, okay, why did it make the move? Well, then you could barely see in that angle, but it definitely, I think, had a hole out on the right-hand side. These cars have so much thrust out of the headers. You drop one cylinder on one side, it's going to drive the car that way because you got four cylinders pushing on one side and 3 on the other, so not as much force. And then we found out over the years the laying the header angle, laying them back, and how much it shoves the car forward. So you know there's a tremendous amount of force coming out of those headers. It'll pick up 60 foot by laying the headers back at a little steeper angle.
Incredible 1,000 horsepower hole, right?
Yeah.
Tick more?
Yeah, a little tick more, yeah. Plenty.
And let's go to Kristen Beat. Well, guys, I'm down here in the fan zone, and at these IHRA events, they're so family-friendly, so fan-friendly. They've got a swing set for the kids. They've got tons of merch. They've got great vendors, great food, but they also have customized IHRA. I know it depends on where you're from, but either bags or cornhole, but I call it cornhole. I'm from North Carolina, and you can come out here with your friends and family and throw a few bags, right? Gosh dang it. That was close. I challenge you guys to a game of cornhole later, maybe over a couple beers.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready.
Don't tease me with a beer. Jody Austin with the Bushwhacker team. Looking for a reverse here.
Hey, got it.
I was a little concerned there for a moment. RPMs came up, nothing happened. Got it in. Out of Aubrey, Texas.
These guys were in Columbus and had okay. They're getting there. This car, when it showed up at Columbus, they said it wasn't anything put together yet. They did the final assembly on this thing, went out, made some laps in it, learned a little bit, and wanted to come back out, support the IHRA, and try to continue to learn a little more.
Seasoned racer for sure. I mean, bunch of time and a fuel altered.
Yeah, run a lot of chaos stuff, fuel altered, and just wanted to come out here and run some IHRA stuff.
Multi-time fuel altered champ. Huge difference between driving the two?
I don't know. Never drove fuel altered.
No?
No.
Let's see if we can make that happen for you.
Not saying I wouldn't.
Tecklenburg's got to know somebody. Lumbering down through there, knocking holes out on the right side. 576, 156 miles per hour.
Yeah, I was ducking down a little bit here in the booth. As if I was driving, hearing that thing with the hole out going, oh, okay, that's far enough. But yeah, just to tune up off a little bit. Just real lazy leaving the starting line, not a lot of load on it, dropping holes on the right side. And he drove it further than I thought. He drove it further than I would have.
Dan Hicks, walk me through that shakedown run you just planned.
Well, it's been a long time coming. Boy, we've been working some hard, long days last couple of weeks getting that thing ready to come out here and support the IHRA. And we wanted to shake it down for myself, for the crew, for the car, for everything, just playing it safe, checking all the safety stuff. And we're still finding a few little gremlins in the pits, getting the MSD grid to operate properly to run our timing map and whatnot. But, you know, we'll still work out a few little kinks, but we're here. About all I got.
And you have your two sons working on your car, Blaine and Donovan, and his wife Karen right there with him.
Couldn't do it without them. My boys just hard at it over here getting things going.
So yeah, you were talking about that before, of course, and it's a labor of love. It's a lot of work to get one of these things out here, but nice to see him make that first step, get down through there, nothing crazy go on, go back. A little tune-up in it and see if we can make it a little further down through there.
Yeah, all the changes he's made to that car and all the help he's got, I guarantee when he got out there, he went, okay, all right, all that's out of the way now.
Right, right. Body coming up here, and what will they adjust?
They're going to have to adjust their routine a little bit because Todd Barker's team is way behind right here. Do a quick little burn. That's great of Todd to recognize they're behind, having issues. But Dale Creasy out here, he's lifting the body up. They're taking the throttle stop off. They're looking at the idle, adjusting the fuel pressure. Right here, he's going to pull the dash off. That's what they're looking at. They're reading everything that's going on in the engine, the RPMs, the fuel flow, all that is on that dash. But it really doesn't need to ride down the racetrack. The driver can't see it, and they're expensive. So let's just take it off in case anything happens, a fire or whatever. You don't have to buy a new dash. Yeah, Todd's team must have had little issues starting the car back there. I noticed they rushed right up there, but really a good job of him to do a quick, short burnout, get it up there, get it staged, and not hold up Dale. These cars only have so much fuel in them, and you burn too much. We use fuel for weight.
The two-time champ with the top bulb on. Todd Barker in the near lane. Creasy stands on the throttle. Puts a 433 on the board, 223 way over there. Looked like it moved over by the wall just a bit.
Yeah, you could see it putting holes out real bad. I don't know what that is. Something coming off. That might be the front nose piece on the drags the ground on the front of the nose.
It did shake
that's
some.
What it is. Yeah, that's off the. It's a front rub strip for the body. It could be because all the damage to that body and have to repair it. Maybe that didn't get tightened up good enough or something, or it broke off. But you can see Creasy's car leave really good. Dancing around a little bit right here, you'll see the hole go on the left-hand side. You can hear it laboring like crazy. And Dale wisely shutting it off a little early. Todd, all those issues, this brand new chassis, and just shut it off and come back, make sure everything's okay, and we'll go for the night.
Looked like they were avid drag racing fans. They're right here in what I would call the splash zone, right? First of all, I'm down here tearing up. I'm getting the shakes because this sensation is unlike any other. First of all, how do you deal with the burn? But also, Dale from Toledo, Ohio, thanks so much for coming out to the IHRA event.
Oh, you're very welcome. We're having a good time today. So glad IHRA's back. Been a long time. So we always loved IHRA, but it kind of just went away for a while. So, but we're all glad that it's back.
Dale, you've been coming here since the 1970s. What is your favorite memory?
Oh, my favorite memories up here. Watching the cars from the early 1970s when they had, they looked like factory cars back then. That was the biggest fun we had up here, was watching the cars from the 60s and early 70s. That was what it's all about up here. So.
Dale, well, it's so cool to meet you, and thank you for supporting the IHRA. Guys, it is so cool to kind of meet some of the fans and see what's going on out here. And these guys are diehard fans, so they're in the front row. And let me tell you what, this is definitely a splash zone, because you're out here, I'm getting teary-eyed. This is the place to be. This is where you feel it all.
Oh, very much. Wouldn't be nowhere else. The three of us would not be nowhere else today. So. And we're coming back tomorrow, too, maybe. So.
Thanks so much, Dale. Front row down here.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good stuff. That's what it's all about. Friends out here having fun, making memories. And how long those memories have carried on. People standing at the fence. Great to have all the fans out here.
Nice turnout early in the day. I expect we'll see a few more roll in here after they get off work, and the night run's coming up.
You have to clean this place up. Creasy rattled the ceiling in here a bit.
I wonder where that stuff came from.
Stuff was falling everywhere.
Dale, the commentators were making me a little nervous up there in the booth. They said you're getting close to the wall, and I mentioned it to you, and you said, nah, I had it under control. So just walk me through that run, and if that was part of your game plan.
No, it was not part of the game plan, but it moved right, or moved left, and then I pulled it back, and then it went way right, and I was pulling it back, and then the belt came off. But I wasn't letting off. I was getting to that finish line.
He wasn't letting off no matter where his car was going. That's Dale Creasy after his first qualifying session.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. He's been at it for a long time.
Yeah, I like the story the girls were telling me earlier today. Like, they went and talked to him. He's like, oh, yeah, I ran here in 08, and I won it. Last time I raced here, I won. And then we started doing a little research up here in the tower, and he got beat first round. It's a selective memory, like, I'm pretty sure I won. Oh, yeah, maybe that was a different year.
It's probably 07. And they spin one over. We hear one come to life. Jack Wyatt and Del Worsham. They'll square up here. Of course, Del Worsham, just legendary. Won his first race 1991 at age 21 and went on to win the 1992 IHRA Funny Car Championship.
I was talking with Del earlier today, and he was talking, I think he said his last time he'd raced up here was like 2006. And he got beat by Doug Coletta in Doug Coletta's only funny car race ever.
All right.
He goes, I signed his license. And then he goes out and beats me.
Absolute natural. Jack Wyatt out of Seymour, Iowa. Runner-up in the championship 06 and 07. to Dale Creasy, who we just saw hit it a moment ago.
Oh, Dell rolled in. Oh, I think the crew member might have been standing in the ball, but Dell rolled in pretty far and had the pre-stage on.
White hit the tires right at the hit of the throttle. 445, 191 miles an hour for Worsham.
The car looked really good. Left really nice. 883, 60 foot. Was really running well early. Just come loose out there in the middle, but make some adjustments for the night run. That should be a low 4.0 run right there.
Good for the number 2 spot. Watch a replay here.
Boy, Jack Wyatt's car just blew him off right at the step of the throttle. Oh, Dell's car come loose quick there, and he caught it quick too. Right about the 8th mile mark. Normally when you see a car like that come loose that soon at the hit of the throttle, usually a problem. Something either clutch didn't get charged or the cannon that holds the throat bearing in maybe was leaking off or something. It was pretty aggressive and it jumped up off the racetrack, so I don't think they just missed it by a few grams on the clutch adjustment. That was probably a malfunction of some sort.
I'll get a chance to get back in there, take a look at the data, right? Should give them at least an indicator of where it went wrong.
Yeah, you'll be able to tell what you need to change or what maybe something wasn't charged right. You'll be able to see where the throttle bearing and all that was. There's stuff still dropping out of the ceiling here.
Take a look at some of the rules that they have in the top fuel category there for weight, fuel, rear end, and supercharger. The Columbus event and the final was Scott Palmer and Krista Baldwin. Low ET, Doug Foley. And top speed also Doug Foley. Number 1 qualifier was Scott Palmer and brought it home. Foley to 382 with a 5 and also went 321 miles per hour at Columbus.
You got the whole fire truck out here, but the car's looking good. Nothing happened that run.
No, it just came loose. It was running along pretty good. It was smooth and felt pretty good, and just zipped the tire off it and shut it off. So we'll come back tonight on a cooler track and hopefully get a 300-mile-an-hour run for all the guys.
Are you looking to take home that Ironman this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so close last race, and disheartening and a bummer, and we're back here, and absolutely 100%. Anything less, I would be really disappointed.
Dale Worsham is back here to fight for that Ironman.
Chuck Lofton with the burnout complete. Murph McKinney car out of Seguin, Texas. Crew chief Donnie Bender.
Looks like Jake Sanders is giving him a hand here. Donnie, this is part of the Mitch King team. Mitch King running a top fuel car as well. This is his second car and Chuck driving for him. So Jake Sanders helping out a little bit. There's Donnie out there as well.
Former champion of Funny Car Chaos A Field. Nostalgia Funny Car. Nice lap. Good enough that it knocked out our timing and scoring. .445, 212.
wasn't a bad pass, just a nice solid run down through there for Chuck.
Watch this one more time.
Getting a little ugly down there on the other end. You see holes out right there. Guys are struggling with the water grains that are in the air here. I mean, it's I think it was 122 water grains in the air out here earlier, so it's a little tough to make them run all ways, putting all that fuel in there.
Second stop here on the tour, as we talked about. First stop here, I believe we'll be back here later on in the year. Also, again, at Milan. Love what they've done with the place. And a lot of work yet to be done as well. A lot of things on the docket to take care of.
Well, these crew chiefs are wishing these clouds would have hung around a little longer. Now they're rolling back in.
Lex June back there getting ready to go. We heard about him investing back inside of the program, buying some parts and pieces for the car.
Yeah, I talked to Lex this weekend. He came in and got some parts for me earlier this week, and he just said he wants to be a part of this. He wants to try to be a part of this, and he said, man, he goes, you know, normally he's on a shoestring budget, and he says, a lot of volunteer crew members and come help him, and he said, you know, it's just tough when they're all volunteers. Some of them can't make it. He said, I spent more money on trying to get some volunteer crew members in this weekend, you know, buying some flights, and he said, but it's my investment. I want this to work, and I want to be successful at it and have a shot at winning that 50 grand. And he stepped up, spent some money, got some guys in here to help him this weekend, and he believes in this.
And Kristen Beat, one more time, is down in the staging lanes.
Just to your point, Tommy, we spoke with Lex June earlier in the day as well, and he was obviously really disappointed after Ohio, so he made some crew member changes, removing 2 of his previous crew members, replacing them with crew members who had previously retired from John Force's team, bringing them in to work on the Dragster this weekend. Now, he did say one of the greatest parts about competing in the IHRA is that the purse is so big. It allows him to reinvest into his team. So, Ken, you and I kind of spoke about it earlier, but it's really an evolution for this team, being able to remove certain parts that maybe weren't benefiting him anymore and put in parts that will allow his team to be more competitive.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, it's a great story. And again, a guy that's been around for a long time, still with a passion, wants to do better. And great to see he's buying some parts and pieces, putting the money back into the program, getting some people around him. It's so difficult to get those people that will come in and really help the team out and have that knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, your crew guys can make you or break you. You know, and it's hard to get guys that really know how these things go together, really know how what makes them tick, and to you know, put it together the same every run. That's one of the hardest parts is to have everything consistent and put together the same every single run, because it's hard enough to tune these cars without little changes that you're like, oh, you guys got to tell me you changed that, you know. So yeah, it's a tough deal. It takes a lot of guys to run these cars and service them, and you can definitely tell some of the good ones from the bad ones.
Tecklenburg chiming in, by the way. He brought up a great point. You're one of the first ones to do an interview in a top fuel car with the helmet on. They did a live interview hit with you. You remember that?
Yeah, I used to do a lot of them. And I do the burnout, and they would interview me backing up from the burnout. They used to talk to Dave McClellan all the time. So yeah, it was when Racing Radios sponsored us. It was when they just got into drag racing. Nobody in drag racing had radios, communications. So we put them in, and to kind of bring some light to it, I would do an interview with Dave McClellan in the tower backing up.
Yeah, back when they first started pouring concrete down, 1991 or so, and I think the concrete was coming up.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. Not that old, just experienced.
Right. Kyle Sattenstein looking to make his first trip down through here with the IHRA and a top fuel car. Wishing him the best of luck. Got a license here just recently. Any idea who signed off on it?
No, I don't know who signed off.
It's usually a pretty big deal, you know?
Yeah, I saw Smack Smith was there, I think, when they got his license. So I'm sure Smack signed off. I saw a picture of him with Smack. So they went to Richmond after this car ran in Richmond, and he tried to get his license on Monday after the race and had some issues. So ended up going to Canada and making some laps and getting his license just a couple weeks ago. So this is fresh. Driving for Leverage team. Leverage car has been out here a while and had several different drivers in it. So now we get Kyle.
Been racing for 25 years. A couple of wicked street cars, Mazda RX-7. Looks like they're going to shut him down here a little bit early.
Yeah, I saw the IHRA official walk up there and point to something. There must be something leaking, and I said, shut it off.
Disappointing?
Yeah, you know it is for him. I mean, just got his license, his first competitive run.
Exactly.
Shut it off. You're like, really? Are you sure?
All that adrenaline, you know, that he had going on, getting ready to stand on that thing and send it. But it's not going to be. They're going to have to hold up here for just a little bit. He's got plenty of adrenaline. He'll get some more back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I seen him clean up here with the mops on the start line. So apparently something was.
I'm sure Kristen Beat will dig into that one and get us up to speed. She's already over there.
Appears something wasn't tight.
Great job. Ladies are doing a wonderful job. See Frankie Taylor down in there. He's checking things out.
Frankie's up here looking at that track, wanting to know, okay, how far can I go tonight? How far can I take that tune up?
And one more time, let's get it down to Kristen, see what happened.
Yeah, sorry, guys, not much of an update, but I did check in with 3 of the crew members. They all said they don't know what's going on, so they pushed the car back. They cannot allocate where it's leaking from or why it's leaking, but they're going to try to figure that out now.
Nice looking car. We'll fire up the next pair.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot, whatever it was. It didn't take very long to clean it up, so that's a good thing.
And we're being told this will be another single. Mitch King, I believe.
I was talking with Donnie Bender last week, and he said that Mitch came up here right after the Columbus race and parked his rig up here because they didn't need to go all the way back to Texas. And he said it's remarkable what they've done since Columbus at this place. You know, he said there's buildings here that weren't here when I rolled in here a couple weeks ago.
This staff is working extremely hard. It's amazing what they did down there in Columbus as well. And this was going on simultaneously. Mitch King has it fired up. The Candyman. One of the best funny car names of all time. The Bone Shaker. Former Outlaw Fuel Ultra champ. Loves the long wheelbase car.
I like that. He's got a little cheat sheet there. He's looking at the dash. Got his cheat sheet, seeing what the numbers should be, and trying to make sure they all match.
Murph McKinney car, Brad Anderson power. Talked about Donnie Bender before as well. You mentioned working with the same team. 295 back in 2022 for a career best. Has been 408. Oh, yeah, and he sends it. Right to the finish line he goes. Great pass for Mitch King. Man, it looked like all the candles lit all the way down through there.
Well, blower belt coming off. I'm trying to put a couple out right down there towards the end. 403, 283. Yeah, it's shutting off a little early, but yep. Nice run early. Nice soft. Got it down through there. A little slow on 60 foot, but it was a nice conservative pass. I'm sure Donnie said, let's just get the thing down the racetrack. Get in the show, and right now, best one we've seen.
And I believe that, as I'd mentioned before, career best 408. He goes 403.8. So quite possibly a career best of 1,000 foot here for Mitch King. Nice job.
Yeah, they had a little issues at Columbus, just not the race they were looking for, but a couple weeks off, go through everything, and come out first lap 403. That's a whole lot better.
Lex June and Scott Palmer will square off here in the first round of qualifying for Top Fuel. Gerda June, crew chief and wife of Lex. The Flying Dutchman, born in Amsterdam, now lives in Indianapolis. McKinney car as well. The car originally built for Corey McClinathan, when he drove for David Baca. As we talked about, Scott Palmer having a great run at Columbus, picked up the win, his first IHRA Ironman. It was his second career final with the IHRA. Reaction time 0.65 for Palmer. Nice job there at the light. Knocked out a few holes on the way through. Reaction time for Lex, 0.187. So I don't think he was working on that, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I just felt like he was wanting to run his program. Goes 450 at 187.
Breaking there on Scott's car. That thing shut off awfully quick, so he either lost a belt or something broke because it shut off immediately.
Mitch King, 403 career best for IHRA. How'd you get it done?
Well, it was running pretty good there, but it threw the belt off. It doesn't look like it had any holes out, but that'll give us a starting point, A to B set up, and we'll try to step it up a little more.
Now, Mitch was trying to sell me on his little candy store. 17 cash registers, 3 stories. I don't know about y'all, but when I get back to Texas, I'm making a trip to Galveston to get some saltwater taffy.
Heck yeah. Homemade ice cream, too. Old-fashioned soda fountain, malt, shake, splits, and lots of cans of candy.
Y'all know where I'll be.
I think that's a contest of more who can say y'all better. Couple Texans there.
Congratulations to Mitch. Top of the heap right there. 403.
Yeah.
It's a good lap.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happened with Palmer's car. Just something looked funny. It's like something broke. So It left good and then just dropped the front end. I mean, it was by far the quickest 60 foot of the whole session, and you could just see it something coming apart and the car shutting off and fuel out of both pipes. So either the belt come off or something broke. I hope it wasn't spark plugs. I sold him spark plugs this week, so I hope it wasn't plugs.
Oh, you sell him some more, wouldn't you?
Yeah. They come in the case. I won't sell them individual. We sell them by the case. 16 of them a lap.
Wow. How much is a case?
I don't know. Just, not as expensive as the fuel. The fuel's more money. They're not cheap, though. They're not cheap.
I listened to Randy Meyer with a couple of, they ask him some questions and stuff online. It's pretty cool to listen to somebody with such knowledge. And he was talking about the rear wing on the A fuel cars being, I believe they're a bit bigger than the alcohol cars. They're trying to put a little more load on the back tires, and then it's offset to the back just a little bit more to provide a little more leverage as well. So it was pretty cool listening to some of the stuff that goes on in this world of drag racing as they just constantly tweak and progress.
Yeah, they like to keep the load on. I'm sure they don't mind the extra drag a little bit on those things, trying to keep the load and all the cylinders lit on the A fuel cars. So looks like we're getting ready to do a little more track prep after the fuel cars. I'll go out and drag the track. Looks like they got the FOD mat out, picking up some debris down there. Lexus car laid over pretty good down there on the other end too, so it might have knocked the belt off of it as well.
Appreciate Doug Foley Jr. and the rest of Josh out there, the rest of the crew, everybody. As you talked about before, I mean, this is racing day 3 for all the workers, probably day 4, if not 5, and really, really hot there at the beginning of the week. They get a bit of a break here today with some cloud coverage, and we've been fortunate so far, just cloud coverage.
Yeah, these guys have put in some long hours in the last, I would say 6-8 weeks, and just continues. But, we were seeing them out there earlier, and Kristen was doing the interviews, and everybody's like, oh, it's hot out here. But I've never seen so many people that are so hot, smiling and having so much fun. It's they're enjoying themselves, and I think that's been the theme of the first race in Columbus and now here is just everybody's happy. Everybody's having a good time, enjoying drag racing, and the weather's been a little brutal, the heat, but everybody seems to be enjoying themselves tremendously. We got a band playing out here next to the racetrack. I mean,
got some more information that I find pretty interesting because I did not know it. And when I learn something, I'll try to share it with you if it seems relevant, and this is relevant. This afternoon at 5 o'clock, the online stream goes to Speed Sport 1. Now, I did not know until about a week ago that Speed Sport 1 is a regular internet channel on my Roku. I didn't have to pay for it. It's one of my free Roku channels, SS1. It's also on Fubo and several of the other streaming devices or streaming apps that have multiple channels. So get on your TV or whatever and go to Speed Sport 1 and search for it, and you'll probably find it. Mine is on Roku. And as I said the other day, Roku does not make me bougie at all. Roku is free, and you can get it at Walmart. Well, not the thing is not free, but using it is free. It's built into my TV. I got one of those fancy $112 TVs from Walmart that already had Roku built in it. But here's the next interesting thing. Every Thursday night for 1 hour on SS1, every Thursday night there will be an hour show, condensed version of one of the classes or one of the segments of the race. So you can go back on Thursdays on SS1 on your TV. 1 week it'll be Pro Mod. 1 week it's going to be Top Fuel and Top Dragster, or Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car. Let me get my terms right. 1 week it's going to be Mountain Motor Pro Stock. 1 week it's going to be the Sportsman cars. Everybody's going to get a chance there for a condensed, edited, cut down version of the racing that you're seeing here this weekend. And that's on Thursday nights on Speed Sport 1. So that's very cool. That's a free channel. And it's produced for your viewing pleasure for free from Speed Sport and the IHRA. What a great benefit that is. And to the folks at IHRA and Speed Sport, that's a great partnership to have. The live feeds and the shows have been absolutely phenomenal. But tune in on Thursday nights on Speed Sport 1 on your Roku, your Amazon Prime. There's a lot of places you can find Speed Sport 1. So that'll be cool. You'll go, hey, that's me in the stands. I was there. And do not forget to put on your schedule for 2 weeks away. That is going to be Top Sportsman Shootout. It's going to be the Mountain Motor Pro Stocks again, which are just great to watch. That whole field is super tight. They roll gears. It's a cool class. If you're not real familiar with Mountain Motor Pro Stock, you will be. The best ones in the country are here this weekend, so get up close and look at them. And then the main event, the $125,000 Pro Mod race. If you're a racer out there in the pits and you got friends that have Top Sportsman cars, they need to be here. If you have friends that have Mountain Motor cars, they need to be here. And definitely, if you know anybody with a Pro Mod and they're not here this weekend, call them up, say you better get here in 2 weeks because it's going to be off the chain. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. I'm sure you are. I see you up here, which means we're not far away from going racing. And here's where we are in the run order. If you were not here yesterday, Yesterday morning, we had one round of qualifying and time trials for the Sportsman classes. That's hot rod, stock, quick rod, super stock, super rod, top Sportsman, and top Dragster. We ran one round of qualifying, and then we ran one round of eliminations. After that round of eliminations, then we went into pro qualifying for the rest of the night. So what you're going into this morning, fans in the stands, fans online, there's already well over 1,000 people watching online. What you're getting ready to see is second round of the Sportsman classes. So we're going to kick it off with hot rod, followed by stock, quick rod, super stock, super rod, top Sportsman, and top Dragster. How do I remember that? I don't know. That's all I got to stand on. But we want to thank you for coming out here to Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan today for the final day of the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. You are going to see some of the absolute best in the world here racing today. And we're happy to have you here, and we appreciate you coming out, spending a little of your hard-earned dollars to witness history in the making here in Milan, Michigan. So thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock. Round number 2, stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Round number 2, stock. Quick test of the lights and everything, and the first pair coming into the water box. Stock. We need you to the lanes, stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Robbie Ballard and Dwayne Deleski. Kicking off finals day here at Darana Dragway. Everybody online, thank you for tuning in. Tell your friends to get on, hit the like button. Show them some love for this free live stream on YouTube and Speed Sport 2. Brought to you by the IHRA. Thank you for every one of you that's here in the stands. No doubt. You get to see it live and up close. Dwayne Deleski, left lane. Robbie Ballard, right lane in the Fox body. Ballard out of Lincoln Park, Michigan. Man, Deleski is not going to be happy with himself when he sees that. Just 4 thousandths red. And Dwayne Deleski out here in round number 2. Robbie Ballard moving on to round number 3. Went 10.94, 134 miles an hour, 24 on the reaction time, and 2 heavy hitters in the starting line right now. Waiting on the Deleski car to make the turnoff. Bill Edwards, Scotty Reinshield. Edwards, Dearborn, Michigan Mustang. Left lane, Scotty Reinshield in that Corvette has been absolutely tough, but Edwards went to the finals on Thursday. And they are almost even on the starting line. Reinshield is 007. Edwards is 15. And Scotty Reinshield takes out Bill Edwards here in round number 2. Carl Trader and Alex Miller. Trader out of Tulare, PA in the 69 Nova on the left side of this phenomenal racetrack in Milan, Michigan. Right side, Alex Miller, Mansfield, Ohio, 80 Chevrolet Monza. Boy, round number 2 is going to be some tough racing. Trader was 27, Miller was 20. On the double breakout, the win goes to the Monza in the right side of the racetrack. Out of Mansfield, Alex Miller goes 10.88.8. Was 20 up front. Trader went 10.87.7 for the double breakout. Pete Maduri and Sean Pitts. Maduri out of New York. 90 Cavalier over on the right side. Left side, London, Ohio's Sean Pitts. 2000 Catfish Camaro. Both these guys, if you're here right now, you've already done a lot because it is some tough competition. Sean Pitts out there running for his life. Can Maduri get him at the big end? He does not. Pitts was 009 with 10.98. I think he let Maduri go at the finish line. Look at the finish line, mile per hour. He definitely let Maduri go. He saw Maduri coming past and let him go. And it worked. Matt Daddis, Frank Jenkins. Jenkins in this beautiful 63 Pontiac Le Mans. Right side, Daddis. The 80 Oldsmobile Starfire out of Vermillion, Ohio. Stock, stock, stock. Stock, stock, stock. We need you. Also, please, please, please wipe out the cars. Out of the first 2 or 3 pairs, we've already had them off. Wipe them off, take a blower, wipe out the fender wells, whatever you got to do to get that rain out from under them. All right, wind light. There was trip zip. Matt Daddis was 0-0-0 on the reaction time. Whole shot win 10.94 for Matt Daddis. Phil Smida and Gage Birch. Birch over here in a rent a ride on the left side. Done blew up a couple of them this weekend, so I guess Jim Daddis has some faith that his Camaro will make it through the weekend. I don't know with Birch driving. Hadn't worked out so far, except for he is a bad dude behind the wheel. Normally driving a Ford Ranger and blew that one up. So he's in the backup car here, the Camaro. Right side, Phil Smida in that 88 Chevrolet Cavalier. Stock, stock, stock. Stock, we need you to the lanes. This pair identical on the starting line. Smida was 13, Birch was 12. And what often happens on those kind of races is what happens there, a double breakout. Gage Birch goes 10.87 with a 0. Smida goes 10.86 with an 8. 2 10,000ths separate them. But the wind light shines for the left lane for Gage Birch. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick rod, quick rod. Around number 2 to the lanes, quick rod. Around number 2 to the lanes, please. Quick rod, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Hot rod, you should be there, and we're getting ready to watch. What did I say? Did I say hot rod? Stock, you should already be there. Hot rod just ran. So stock. These cars have to have very specific combinations. They have to have engine, cubic inch, carburetor, all kind of things exactly, even the brand of what came on it from the factory. But they've been highly tweaked, highly tweaked to make the most out of a 2-barrel Rochester or a thermoquad or one of those Motorcraft carburetors. You know, you got to have those on them in stock if that's what it came with. If it came with a 305, got to have a 305. There's even, that one's in super stock. There's a Mustang out here with like a 2.8 liter 6-cylinder that runs low 10s. Yeah, it sounds wild. So the one that probably sounds the most wild is that 67 Camaro drop top that runs in stock. When he drops the hammer, it must go to 9,000 or 10,000 RPM on the clutch. So I do need quick rod. I do need quick rod. We will have the Corey Stevenson Band playing later this afternoon. That's the trailer there in front of the stands over here on what I will call the spectator side. Both sides are spectator sides here. The non-pit side. I know. It was electric. There were people absolutely lined up down both sides of the fence watching. I mean, the stands were full. The fence was packed. And why wouldn't it be when you've got Nitro in the air? It was phenomenal. Fireworks tonight at the end of the show. And just like everything else, I can guarantee you, nobody went to the corner fireworks stand and got some Roman candles and some black cats. Certainly you can see by everything that's going on with the IHRA, it's going to be a very high-level show, and we are excited about that. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super stock. Super stock. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairings. Super stock. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. So Corey Stevenson Band going to play this afternoon. They've been rocking it out with us all weekend. Of course, there's food vendors all over the property. Merchandise all over the property. Cornhole boards. Just lots of things to make for a great fan experience. I felt like we were at the fair last night. People milling around everywhere, just smiles and having a great time. And that's what it's supposed to be all about. All right, we are going into Stock Eliminator. And our Thursday winner Steve Zorney is in the right lane. In the left lane, I think it was his birthday yesterday or Thursday. 1 year older and wheels just as high for Harold Thompson Jr. over here in the 69 Camaro on the left side. Watch the car. He gets his money's worth out of the wheelie bars. To chase down Zorney. Can he get him? He does get him at the finish line. As Zorney went under by 3.5 10,000ths. Zorney had a starting line advantage and gets there 3 10,000ths of a second too soon. Jim Cakel, Aaron Allison. Allison, left side, the third gen Camaro. Right side, that 70 Cutlass 442 of Jim Cakel. We are in stock, and they're dialed within 100th of each other. And they're a little bit more than that apart on the starting line. And the wind light comes on for Aaron Allison. Goes dead on with a 4. 65 on the tree, but it don't matter. We went dead 4. Cakel was a little behind on the starting line and can't get there. Mike Sheehan, Britt Derrick. Derrick out of Hookstown, PA, 1994 Camaro. Another one jumps way up on the back bumper. Mike Sheehan, 88 Mustang out of Lanesburg, Michigan, over here on the left side of the racetrack. Super stock, super stock, super stock. You should be in the lane, super stock. Sheehan out front. Can Darana get him at the big end? He does. Derrick was 58 on the tree, 1050. Sheehan went down there and took a mile. I think Derrick let him go. I look at that ET and that mile per hour, and I think he got down there and said, "Here, have you some," and fed him the finish line. Left side, as they check everything out, is Nathan Riley. Pretty Firebird over here on the left side of the racetrack, sporting those Hoosier tires. Probably got them from Larry Hodge, since that's on the door of the Riley machine. Right side, that is that high winding Camaro of Denny Hillman. When Hillman puts it in the beam and puts it on the wood, just listen. I don't know what that means. 15,000 RPM. That's what it sounds like. 6, 5. That's it? No. It's like 9,000. Come on. It's got to be. Remember when I said, when I exaggerate things, I'll let you know? It sounds like 9,000. The crew says it's 6,500. It's probably a 283 in there, so it sounds like 9,000. 221? Oh my gosh, 3, 2, 7. Very good, 327. All I know is it sounds absolutely wicked, and I bet when he mats it, that is fun to let go of that clutch. Just a few little spits on the windshield there. So they're going to back those back out. Make sure we don't get any actual water buildup anywhere. I think it was a few drips on the windshield, but obviously got to make sure safety first here. When you see those drips on the windshield, it's like, hey, shut them down. Hopefully that's not something we get to deal with all day. So everybody, you know, do a little dance. And let's get rid of those heavy clouds. I'd love to see those go away right now. Windy City Creative Group. I want to give them a shout out. They handle the production of the live streams. And if you've watched any of them, you see the boom camera over here. I don't know how many people on the live feed tell me about the drone operator that he needs a raise. Who thought that as a kid, playing with remote control things like cars, helicopters, and whatnot, that would turn into this, because the drone footage is unbelievable. They'll fly right down in front of the cars when they're backing up, and that takes some major skill to do. My dad bought some $49 drone at like Walmart. I couldn't even get it off the ground before it was crashed. But I can promise those drones are not $49. They're big dollars, and it takes very skilled people to use them. So big shout out to Windy City Creative Group for all your work on the production for the live feed from Speed Sport and IHRA. I already have the next round of the ladder for Hot Rod. And there are some absolute, just 3 pairs left. Down to 6 cars, but listen to them. Alex Miller going to meet up with Sean Pitts. Scotty Reinshield in the Corvette. Going to take on Robbie Ballard in that 79 Fox Body Mustang with Ford Power, Bill Edwards. And the final matchup in Hot Rod for the next round, Gage Birch and Matt Daddis. How about that for a matchup in round number 3 of Hot Rod? I can't think of 2 guys out there that are any tougher in kind of whatever they get in. So to see who will be the king of that matchup this afternoon is going to be a good one. They're all good ones. And I think that's one that might have a little extra oomph to it. Superstock, you should be in the lanes. Unfortunately, you see what's going on here. We're sending the cars back. Just that little sprinkle out there. I can see the little droplets. Little droplets aren't near as bad as big droplets, but they still slow things down. So hopefully it won't be much, and it'll be easy to get it back ready. But we're going to send the cars back to the trailers. Cover your stuff up out there so it doesn't get water on it again. And we will be back at you soon.
Attention to the pits. If you drive a black Chevy Malibu with the license plate KLE5907 parked over by the fuel store, if you could move that for us, please. Once again, if you drive a black Chevrolet Malibu KLE5907 parked over by the fuel shack, we need that moved immediately, please. All right, the tractors are coming off the track, so if we can go ahead and get our stock eliminator cars back to the lanes, back where we finished up just a little while ago. So we'll take our stock eliminator cars, quick rod cars, and super stock. We'll take you 3 classes to the staging lanes, please. So once again, tracks dry, tractors are coming off the track, so we can get our stock eliminator cars that did not complete round 2, quick rod, and super stock. We can get those 3 classes to the lanes now, please. Also, if you drive a Ford F-150, a black Ford F-150, Michigan plates, WHPL50, parked over by the fuel shack, if you can get that moved for us, please. Michigan plates, WHPL50, black Ford F-150.
need Super Rod. I need Super Rod. Hey, look, Hillman was 15 on the tree. Riley was 004 on the tree. And in a double breakout, Denny Hillman moves on to the next round. Goes 15 10,000ths under the dial in, and Denny Hillman moving on. And with the bye to the next round, Scott Killinger was your number one qualifier, and here he goes getting his single. In that 22 Camaro, the giant VP logo emblazoned on the side of it. Had it dialed 10:05, it goes 10:06 so Killinger gonna keep on working through the field as he started as the number one qualifier, and here he is in round number 3. Moving into Quick Rod, Super Stock Final Call. Super Stock Final Call, Super Rod second call. Super Stock Final Call, Super Rod second and third call, Super Rod. So it looks like we're going to be down to semifinals in Stock Eliminator, where Scott Killinger going to meet up with Brent Derrick. Aaron Allison will have a bye. The other side of the ladder, Harold Thompson and Denny Hillman going to meet up. Some great matchups coming up in the third round of stock. Headed into Quick Rod. Folks, if this is your first time here this weekend, you don't know what Quick Rod is. It can be dragsters, door cars, roadsters, altereds. They have an 8.90 quarter mile index. They have, most of them have throttle stops on them. So what you see, there's nothing wrong with the car. But you might think so if you've never seen this kind of racing before. They leave under full power, and immediately the power backs off with a thing called a throttle stop. Then they roll along, and then the power comes back on. And there you go. Steve Taylor was 006 on the tree, goes 892 on that 890 index for the win. Jamie Elrod, the Elrod crew has been all over it all weekend, but she's 28 on the bulb up front. And Taylor was 006, so just no room to work. Elrod goes 893, you got to load that dragster up. Kendra Reinshield, Pat DeBottis. DeBottis, 2005 M&M dragster over here on the left side of the racetrack. So they're under full power, and that is where they hit the tree. All the horsepower, everything is right there. So when they let go, the car reacts very quickly. But they also have to keep the car down to not go quicker than that 890 index. So they leave under full power, they click off, you see them roll. Most of the time, I believe they even shift into high gear. That way, when they come back off of that stop and they take back off, they don't have an opportunity to spin the tires because they're already in high gear, so it sort of lugs them down a little bit and makes them go ahead and accelerate without fear of spinning tires. So Ryan Shield is 008 on the tree, and DeBottis was not. DeBottis goes under the index by 0.3 of a second. But I'm going to say it was all over from the let-go, as Ryan Shield was 008 to DeBottis' 45. Tyler Schneider and Leo Zinda, the Hood. Out of Clinton Township, Michigan, over here on the left side. Schneider, Livonia, Michigan, on the right side. Ring and pinion shop machine here for Zinda. And on another double breakout, that is Leo Zinda. Had a little starting line advantage of about 200ths. Goes 888.5. Schneider, they both, so when I say double breakout, they both went under the index. They both went under it, so they both were too quick. In that case, the one that is closest to the index on the underneath side of it is the winner. And that time it was Leo Zinda. It went 888.5. 890 is the index, and Schneider went 887. Boy, Tony Collier, let's go 1,000th of a second too soon. Collier is 001 red. Chris Fields was 14 and went 889 with a 2. Run it out the back just to see where they're at. Fields was going to be tough to beat with that 14 light. Collier took a shot at it, but ended up 1,000th red. So that finishes up Quick Rod. Next up, we're going to have Super Stock. We should have Super Rod in the lanes. We got Randy Lee in the tower. We've seen Randy Lee out there driving the sprayer, working on track prep. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes for pairing. rock and rolling into super stock. The factory GTI machine of Mark Nowicki on the left side. Thank you. Dialing at 965 in that Dodge Avenger. Right side, leaving just 0.02 of a second later. Randy running. We'll see if he can get him done down at the big end. Wow, fun to watch that pair. Wheels getting carried way out, and that's what Superstock is known for. Running was 29 on the tree. Nowicki was 006. Great reaction time. Double breakout win goes to Mark Nowicki. George Wright and Aaron Allison. Allison over here on the left side in the Cavalier. George Wright, 96 Mustang Factory GTH car. That's the SN95 body style. Dialing at 994, so almost a second head start. 0.9 of a second head start. Let's just call it that. Right, great on the tree, goes 10 up front, 996. Allison was 44 up front, no room to work. And George Wright moving on. Two beauties right here. A.H. Adkins, and I'm speaking of the car. I don't know anything about what the driver looks like. A.H. Adkins, 906 the dial in for that AMX over here on the varsity side of the racetrack. The sick week side of the racetrack, Rodney Worrell, 2016 Ford Cobra Jet Mustang. 930 for Worrell, 906 for Adkins. Adkins going to leave 0.3 of a second later. Adkins was better on the starting line, and Adkins gets it done. As Worrell, he fed the finish line to Worrell, had to have. Worrell goes 925, takes a mile to go way under. Adkins was 0.1 over his dial-in, so I'm going to say, click that one off and said, here, Worrell, you can have the finish line and have a bunch of it. Larry Eagle and Chris Ruzicka. Ruzicka in one of the several of these Cobra Jets here that look the same. The wired up electrical services Cobra Jet on the left side out of Westerville, Ohio. Larry Eagle, Bethesda, Ohio. I'm sure I said it wrong. We'll just go with Ohio for Eagle. 91 Olds Calais. And Eagle leaves 21 thousandths of a second too soon, and Chris Ruzicka moves on to the next round here in Superstock. There's a matching car. Chris Lozon and Matt Obertanic. I've been working on these names for 2 weeks. I think I've got most of them now. Obertanic in the 2013 Cobra Jet on the right side, dialing at 918. 0.07 of a second ahead will be Chris Lozon, dialed 986. It's 0.7. I can do no math. We'll just let the cars speak for themselves here. You'll see it. Lozon leaves. Obertanic tries to chase him down. Let's see if Obertanic can get him at the finish line, and he does. 26 on the tree, 9.19 on his 9.18 dial-in. If it tells you anything, Chris Lozon was dead on with a 1 for the loss. Attention in the pits, top sportsman, we need you. Top dragster, we need you. Final pair of Superstock, Jimmy Ronzello and Richard Mace. A starting line advantage of 0.03 goes to Mace, but the win light goes to Ronzello. Ronzello goes dead on with a 4. He was dialed 934 and went 9344. Richard Mace was dialed 1104 and went 11 flat. Went too quick. Going into our super rod category. So like you saw quick rod a while ago, this is called super rod. Their index is 9.90. They also cannot have dragsters, and they cannot have center steer altered. So they can have left-hand steer roadsters like the one of Rock Haas, or they can have door cars like the one of Steve Fields. They do still do those throttle stops, so it's weird if you've never seen it before. And there's only 3 classes that use it. So the win light went for Rock Haas. He was better on the tree, was 19 on the reaction time. Fields was 23, not bad, just 4 thousandths behind. And they both went 993. So the margin of victory for Rock Haas on that right side was 10 thousandths of a second. Just barely. This is Pat Martin and Dave Fields. Fields is in the 90 Calais and goes dead on with a 5. But Pat Martin was 007 on the reaction time and takes the whole shot win. You want me to tell you how close the finish line was on that one? 2 thousandths of a second. And check it out, the Jegs machine of Mike Coughlin. Brob's Profab, Shoebox Chevy. Right side, Steve Theodore. Theodore is in big trouble. Coughlin was 009 up front. Theodore was not. So Coughlin with the whole shot goes 995 to the quicker 991 of Theodore, but Coughlin with the win. Check out this funky ride. Ricky Adkins, Mini Mayhem. Some version of a Mini Cooper. And if you want to see one fall hard on the stop, you swear it's broken when it leaves. Because it leaves and it sounds like it literally shuts off. But he's got a toughie in the other lane with Chris Goble. Goble took a shot at the tree and was .0009 red. 9/10 thousandths too soon for Goble. And Ricky Adkins moving on. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. All right, listen up. Attention in the pits. There's a little bit of liquid sunshine again, just a tiny bit. I suspect we're going to get to kind of fight this throughout the morning. It seems like the sky is actually clearing up a little bit. So hopefully that trend continues and the rest of these clouds get out of here. Clouds ruin our day, and we don't like our day ruined. We're here at Darana Dragway in Milan, Michigan for the Outlaw Nitro Series. The biggest, baddest, fastest cars to have graced Milan, Michigan in years. The place was packed last night, and it's filling in today with fans everywhere. Make sure you walk the property. Good thing about IHRA, you don't have to buy an extra pit pass. Your general admission ticket is your pass, full access. There's cornhole boards. There's racers everywhere that you can go get pictures, autograph. Look at these cars up close. Look at the unbelievable craftsmanship of a lot of these machines. You got food options everywhere. I'm sure there's a hibachi trailer right behind me on the left side of the racetrack, and I hear it's phenomenal. Every time I walk out, I can smell it. On the other side, you got Brian's Burgers with fresh, homegrown beef. No frozen burger patties over there at Brian's Burgers. They are probably some of the best burgers I've ever had. They're phenomenal. They also have fried cheese sticks. I had some of those yesterday, and they're delicious. The regular concession is also open. So there's variety there at the concessions. There's variety all over the place. And we'll be right back at it pretty quick. This is not much of a hold right here, so just a few minutes to make sure nothing else falls and that there's no dampness anywhere. But we'll be right back at it. Call your friends and neighbors that live 20, 30, 40 minutes away and tell them that this afternoon and evening, as we go into full eliminations with all of the pro classes, they're going to see pro mods. And when I say pro mods, these are real deal, best in the country kind of pro mods. Top fuel, Nitro funny car, top alcohol, Nitro Harleys, Outlaw snowmobile sleds, the lineup for this afternoon. And if you were here last night, you already know. And then at the end of the night, there's going to be a significant fireworks display. That is a lot for value for your money. The price of a ticket today, I think you would expect to pay for one of these classes to see it. This place is full of all of them. Most events like this, the ticket is going to be 2 to 3 times as much. But thanks to IHRA, Darana Hybrid, Darana Dragway, we get to see it all and for a tremendous value for your dollar. Also, as more and more fans get here throughout the day, I will keep reminding you because this was just announced yesterday. This is as breaking news as you could want. 2 weeks away, just 2 weeks from now, we are having a $125,000 to win Pro Mod race right here. So if you think the 24 that are here now are going to be amazing, which they are, there's going to be those and a bunch more. Because when you put out the big bucks, that's one of the biggest payouts in Pro Mod anywhere. $125,000 to win. I know you're in the stands and you're going, what the heck does that mean to me? I don't get that. But here's what it does 100% do with you. You get to see the absolute best of the best from all around the country and probably other countries bringing in drivers and whatnot here to race. The Outlaw Pro Mod race in 2 weeks. It was scheduled at Killcare. The IHRA management said the better facility to be able to handle the kind of show, the kind of spectators, the kind of race cars was here to be able to handle it. So you are absolutely lucky recipients because this race was not coming here. It was supposed to be in Xenia, Ohio. But 2 weeks from this weekend, so that is August 8th and 9th. The biggest Pro Mod race in the country, the biggest payout, will be right here, and the place is going to be bursting at the seams. Also, that same weekend, just like here today, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks will be contending for $15,000 to win. And just like today, Top Sportsman will be contending for $6,000 to win. So you're going to see the best Top Sportsman cars, the best Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars, and the best Pro Mods all here. Thank you to IHRA for making that call to put it here where it should be absolutely off the chain. If you're watching online and you're just now seeing this, or you're here and you just now know it, we announced it yesterday. It will be worth the drive. If you're coming and you need a hotel, you better make it now. Because there is no question this place is going to be absolutely insane. And you do not want to miss it. That's history in the making. We're already seeing history in the making. With the rebirth, revival of the IHRA, fresh eyes, fresh effort, fresh unbelievable investment from Daryl Cuddle and Darana Hybrid to purchase the IHRA, purchase this racetrack, purchase 4 other racetracks, dumping millions of dollars into these facilities and the series to bring back to life the historic IHRA organization. And you can see it here. 2 weeks ago at Columbus, we had a terrific show. But I'd say it's double in just a 2-week period of what we have here versus what we had 2 weeks ago. Car counts show it, fans show it. So 2 more weeks from now, the Pro Mods, the Top Sportsman, and the Mountain Motor Pro Stockers will be back here. And it's going to be even bigger and better. And then a month away, we are back at Columbus at Darana Raceway, Ohio, for the next iteration of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Great news, great news. Engines are back to life. Water's in the box. Engines are doing them. The burnouts started now. Bob Prose and Jacob Elrod. Honey Creek Collision Camaro of Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana on the left side. The Corvette Roadster ATM Innovations of Jacob Elrod. Please, final call, Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Dragster. Final call, Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Dragster. Back at it in some 990 Super Rod. we come to opening ceremonies, we do have where the flag will be flown in by Team Fast Tracks. So they will be parachuting in with the flag. It is quite a spectacle. If you were here yesterday, Team Fast Tracks has made thousands of jumps. And they bring the flag in to honor all of those in our military of this great country. So it is a real treat. The Team Fast Tracks flies in. Professional skydiving team. So they will be bringing the flag in shortly, as we will go into our opening ceremonies shortly. Also, we'd like to announce during opening ceremony, the kids, veterans, anybody interested can assist with the folding of the flags after the jump. So that's cool. They'll fly in on the pit side of the racetrack. They'll land over there. And we would love to have some help, if you'd like to say. You're welcome. Kids, veterans, anybody really interested in assisting in the folding of Old Glory. It is a beautiful, large flag. They fly in, they land with it. They jump on it, they pick it up, salute it, and you're welcome to join in the folding of that flag. They will be coming in at about 1:35. So about, 30 minutes from now. We'll go into our opening ceremonies. Team Fast Tracks will bring in the flag as we have our opening invocation and our national anthem at 1:35. We still have some business to take care of right now, though, and that is going to be Top Sportsman and Top Dragster round number 2. These cars are racing to the 8th mile mark. That's the first double set of blocks out there. 660 feet. Most of them doing that in the very low 4-second range at over 160 miles an hour. You'll see them leave with a little bit of a stagger on the tree. They qualify, and that puts them on a ladder based on their ET. They are able then to put a dial in on the car so that it makes for a very close finish line. I see problems with the Gerald Jones machine, but now it appears to be backing up. That is the RJ Race Cars Pontiac Grand Am on the left side. the right side, that is a Jerry Haas chassis. That is Mike Badia out of Hilford, Michigan, 96 Cutlass. So the Cutlass will leave 0.2 of a second after the Pontiac of Jones. And then see if he can catch him. It's the way to even the field. So they give him a little bit of a stagger on the tree. Jones will leave first, and right behind will be Badia. Unfortunately, Jones not only did he leave first, he left 0.4 of a second too soon. So Gerald Jones out here in round number 2. Mike Badia goes 4:38 and was 17 on the tree, so good pass for Badia. And Gerald Jones, 0.4 too soon. Two stunning 68 model GM cars. The left side, 68 Firebird of Aaron Glasser. The Glasser racing machine, which you'll probably find no car here that has any nicer paint than that one. That's out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. The right side, your number 1 qualifier, Jimmy Fallon. Fallon is out of Trenton, Ohio. Got the blower for that Camaro. Left side, that one is all motor. It's a lot of motor. It's 959 cubic inches. is 002 red. So Glasser lets go 0.02 of a second too soon. The car was dialed perfect. But Aaron up on the wheel and goes 0.02 red. Congratulations, Jimmy Fallon, moving on to the next round. Pat DeMottis, the Dodge Dakota on the right side, dialing it 488. Ken Langlois, 3 miles up the road here. The Lang Transmissions, 92 Cutlass over here on the left side, dialing 453. This time it's in the right lane. And Pat DeMottis is 0.13 red. Langlois was going to be hard to beat. He was 14 on the tree and went 0.06 under his dial in. But I'm betting he wouldn't have done that if the car in the other lane was there. I bet he would have touched those brakes or whomped it about one time down there at the finish line. Killer Brooks. Going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Left side, Brian Richardson. Richardson in the Pontiac. Grand Am. Right side, Killer. The Predator 92 Cavaliers E24. Killer gets it done again. He was 21 on the tree, goes 453. Richardson was down 482, goes 485 and was 28 up front. So by 3 thousandths of a second, the Killer gets it done. as we get closer to our opening ceremonies, I have the lovely Courtney Lynn up here that's going to be doing our national anthem today. Yes, you hear me stuttering a little bit. If you can see up here in the window, you'll understand why I'm stuttering and a little bit speechless. Yeah. It ain't because I'm looking in the mirror. Yeah, look, everybody's down there right now. Wave to them there, Courtney. Yeah, you see why I can't talk right now? Right. No, you don't. You wish I would talk more. Just not as loud. Just not as loud, maybe. But it is absolutely our honor to welcome Team Fast Tracks that's going to fly in the flag. Listen, I'm going to give you a few more things. We get boo birds online that like to find things to fuss about. So that's why I'm going to explain this a little bit more. When that flag comes in, it's 1,100 square feet. It's huge. It also has it's bigger than Courtney's apartment. I don't know. Sounds good. It also has a 26-pound weight hanging on the bottom of it so that it will fly in correctly. So you cannot just catch it mid-air or someone gets knocked out. Also, the jumper has to be able to land safely. So yes, the flag is going to touch the ground. It is still well within code exactly what they do. They jump on it, they pick it up, they salute it, and they fold it up. The rules, if you want to really get technical, the rules of the flag, look them up. It's totally okay what they do, so don't get too worried about what happens. They will land it, they take amazing care of it, and they take great pride in handling Old Glory exactly the way it's supposed to do. We're getting a fan club down here. They're all looking up here. Do you know them? No. You do now. Hi down there. We got a little bit more Top Sportsman to go. We've got some Top Dragster to go, and then it is going to be time for our opening ceremonies, and we're going to go right on into big-time racing after our opening ceremonies. So Courtney's getting warmed up. We'll have an invocation. She will do the national anthem, and then it will be go time. And here comes my chaplain, Mike Imhoff. I'm sorry, Mike. I don't know. It's Courtney. Mike is with Godspeed Ministries, and he will be doing our invocation. Not quite yet. We've got race cars sitting there in the water box, so we're waiting to get those going. And then we're going to go into our opening ceremonies, then it'll be time to go rock and roll racing. Hey, the longer we're under delay, the longer Courtney's up here with me. Oh, darn it. They're saying start the engines. Jacob Elrod and James Hayes. This was your finals on Thursday in Top Sportsman. Elrod, left side, the 63 Corvette. The right side, that is James Hayes. They're checking out there. There must be a drip, making sure nothing is coming out of the Elrod machine. Elrod was your winner on Thursday night. Hayes was your runner-up with a tiny red light. So Hayes says, not again. Hayes going to be dialed 465 on the right side, the 1958 Corvette. The 63 Corvette over here of Elrod. Wow. 009, 008, and Elrod does it again. Elrod is 008 on the tree, goes 450 with a 0. Hayes was 009 on the light, got there too soon, took too much stripe, and goes under by 11 thousandths of a second. So Jake Elrod moving on again in Top Sportsman. Can he double up this weekend? Going into Top Dragster right now. While the track crew's out there, I'm going to go and tell you a little bit more about Courtney. Now I've got her phone number, too. She gave it to me to text her bio. It's all good. I hope my wife is not watching the live feed. Just kidding. Courtney Lynn, native of New Boston, Michigan. She's been singing for as long as her and I can remember. Singing at church. What? You sang with Donny Osmond? Oh, how cool is that? Cool. Can't wait to hear the national anthem coming up here from this young lady. Right now we got business to attend, and that is Dennis Brown, D. Brown, out of New Palestine, Indiana, the 2021 Danny Nelson Dragster with the Vortex supercharger hanging off the front of the crankshaft of that Oakley Power. Right side, Chris Schneider out of Strongsville, Ohio. 2006 Dragster on the right side. Going to be dialed 436. D. Brown already down in the threes. Going to be dialed 3.98 seconds. Goes 4:01 on his 3:98. Schneider had a little bit of room to work with and took too much at the finish line. Brown moving on to the next round. And in the right side, T-Rock, Troy Williams out of Bradenton, Florida, the 2019 American Phantom Dragster. The Road Warrior, and that's a fact, here from Bradenton, Florida, and our winner at Columbus. In the left lane, though, got Dickie Smith. Pro Charger blowing through that carburetor on the top of the machine on the left side out of Waldorf, Maryland. 4:01 the dial in for Smith over here on the left side of the racetrack. So a half a second ahead is going to be Troy Williams. And then Dickie Smith, we'll see if he can get him at the big end. Winner go dead on. Dickie Smith was 10 on the tree, went 4.015 on the 4.01. What a pass there for Dickie Smith. It was going to take a good one, as Williams was dead on with a 3, but dead on the starting line. He was 22 up front, not bad, but not good enough. Jeff Smith, Kevin O'Brien. O'Brien on the right side, out of Lewisburg, West Virginia, Kendallville, Indiana, for Smith, and O'Brien leaves 1,000th too soon. He is red on the right side. Jeff Smith moving on, went 442, 8 on the 443. Tisha Wilson and Dan Davies. Pair of very unique setups here. A pair of dragsters, 2 of the quickest ones in the group. Wilson dialing that turbo machine on the right side out of the Greenbrier camp. A whopping 3:43. I'm sorry, what did I say? 3:84. My goodness. 3:84. The dial in for Wilson. Davies, 4:04. The side slinger setup hanging off the left side of this dragster with the blower. Another red light, and that one is for Tisha Wilson. She is 004 red. Clicks it off soon, probably while hitting the steering wheel saying, doggone it. Davies, by the way, was 009 and dead on with a 2. So Davies was 11 thousandths from a perfect pass. We call that an 11 pack. 9,000 starting line, 2 thousandths from perfect on the dial in. 9 and 2 is 11 last I checked. Goes 006 red. Alan O'Brien takes the quad turbo race tech, goes 379 at 195 miles an hour. And O'Brien moving on. Kirby McLennan and Chris Ruzicka and McLennan, both with traditional root style blowers on top of those big blocks. 424 the dial in the right lane for McLennan. Ruzicka on a 4:35, and we are minutes away from our opening ceremony. So everybody, once these go, it's going to be time to kick it off. They're both away green, but one of them is way too green. Kirby